Oh look, 21 months. Holy shit.
Hi, hi. Oh, what? Obsessed with you. Oh, I fucking love this song. Hello, hi, welcome. Oh my god, this is so weird. I have different headphones on today. I'm like, wow. Sound quality changes drastically. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. Let me scroll. Oh god, a lovely, lovely winner of today is our birthday boy, Doc. A lovely winner today is Doc. Goober, I did just take my diet vitamins, so thank you. So hi, Nova. Hi, Doc. How is your day going so far? Hi, Goober. Oh, it's been 21 months. Thank you, Doc. Hi, Kai. It's been 18 months. Thank you, Kai. I love you. And yeah, I think that's it right now. How is everybody doing? How are you doing, Nova? Massive fucking streak. Absolutely fucking massive. Hello, hi. My hair hasn't dried. And you may say, oh, did you take a late shower? No, my hair's been drying for over an hour. So yeah. It must have been 2 years. That's crazy. That's such a weird thought. Hi, Steve. How are you? It's gonna be fine. Got breakfast, played Killing Floor 2. It's a good day so far then. It's a brilliant day so far. We should bring out the metal dice. I don't want to go through my dice bag. It's there. Oopsie. But how is everyone else? I can't believe how long I've known some of y'all. My hair isn't exactly okay, you know, it's not orderly right now. It's freaking feral. I did notice something from yesterday's stream, and you're gonna find this extremely funny because bullied you into buying dice? I bought it. I've used it once. The last year, what a waste. Just start doing rolls, mental rolls like me. Just start doing that. Use the dice. Steve, play D&D with us. Then you gotta use your dice. Let's see how weirdly parted my hair is. I don't know, but we're gonna roll with it till it properly dries and figures out its life. Weird, isn't it? It's such a big part of my life. You'll make me cry. Such a big part of each other's life. It has only been just about 2 years. That's crazy. It's a crazy thought, but it does happen. Diet tutus. Oh, interesting. Going there tomorrow? Oh, I'm sorry, Goomber. Well, if you need anything, we're always an open community, even if you need to just go rant in the venting channel just to get anything out. If you need any help, advice, or whatever, you got us. I'm sorry to hear that. I know how that be. It'd be rough. Everybody handles it differently, so you got us. I handled one of my relatives dying one time by playing Minecraft. I was really stressed out from it, and I could not properly handle it, so I just sat in the other room playing Minecraft. I mean, it makes sense if you have other health conditions, stress, persona. Sorry, that jump scared me. Like, it can happen with other health conditions, and or just extreme stress does a lot to your body. These wasn't too close. Still a lovely person. Always gave me hugs. Yeah, it still sucks. Even if you didn't know them well. That was the one I coped with Minecraft was my uncle. Didn't know him the best because he went MIA most of our life, but like still, it's still rough. Barely in his 50s, that's crazy. Interesting. I can't wait for the residence today. Kai, it's gonna be so much fun. And it's Doc's birthday. It is Doc's birthday, so wish Doc happy birthday if you already haven't. That's oh my god. By working, it didn't work. I left work and went home. Made hamburger helper. I hope the hamburger helper did help you. I did the same thing when my grandpa passed. I went to work, worked through that whole first day. Truth be told, I was in receiving at Barnes & Noble, so I was locked in the back room alone. So in any cases, that was perfectly fine. But then one of the other days, we were having a family dinner, and I was just kind of losing it. So then I talked to my manager, and she was like, you shouldn't be here. And she made me go home. Did you like Persona 5? Or does it... Okay, so hear me out, Steve. I have never played a single Persona game. So I should really play it. I have played like a couple of minutes of Persona 5 because one of my friends had it. And so I played a little bit. But like truthfully haven't really played it at all. Send you a Barnes & Noble song. Barnes & Noble song? Yes, send it. But yes, Goober, if you do need anything, no matter how close you were or not, you got us. The funny thing I realized about stream yesterday, I was stressed out in Outlast Trials. I didn't shout at anybody who rated me. So if you guys don't, my lovely friend Lily who rated us, if you guys don't follow her, she does play a lot of Souls-like games. Right now I know she's playing Subnautica. She does not play horror. She doesn't play horror. But you all should go follow her. She's a lovely little dragon. Lovely little dragon. But yes, I forgot to do shoutouts yesterday. Truth be told, I was in middle of trials when I was getting rated. There was 2 other people that I need to go back and find their names. I was stressed out in trials. But I just want to give a little shout out for that at least. That's the Persona. We do be listening to Persona right now, Coco. But I have never played Persona a day in my life. I think we have some of the Persona games. Because I know I bought you one of the little add-ons. Warframe! Warframe got a big update! Anyways. Souls is horror. So, truth be told, it is. I concur with that. I almost said Coco, because Coco is right above you, Goomber. Goomber, that's why I'm scared of Dark Souls. I would say I'm scared of Elden Ring, but at this point I am pissed off at Elden Ring and I want to burn it to the ground. So I'm no longer scared of that one. I'm just pissed off at it. Persona games, they are. Taking note, taking note, taking note. Write that down, write that down. Oh my god. That burp went back inwards. That hurt. Okay, thank you, Goober. Oh, we do. Highly recommend them both. Okay, yeah, we do. Yeah, I think I had gotten you the Arena Ultimax. I remember buying one of them. Okay, so we own Persona 4 and Persona 5. The family has been fed. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me see Warframe. Hold on. Do I need to update Warframe? I accidentally updated Warhammer one time because I thought it was Warframe because it said war. I should have learned to read. I really want that song. This song's called Lost Kitten. It's kind of funny. I skipped it either way. Let me see. Nerdy. That's so fucking funny. Just reading the description of that, Goomber. Oh my god, their fucking group name. A twink and a redhead. Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Let's see. Warframe yet? The American servers have been crashing madly constantly. I think it automatically updated. I didn't click to update it at all. Oh my god. No. No. I'll have to listen to that sometime, Cooper. It should be this one. I clicked on it, but I clicked on their whole name. Disney Adult. I'll have to listen to that sometime. I'm pretty sure it's that one. I'll double check. Good Twist Me? Okay, I will keep it up in a second. 3 is my personal favorite. The story and the characters by a mile. Ooh, interesting. They're doing a 4 remake? Not sure, but I think I heard. That would make sense. I know 4 was super popular, and then 5 came out and unfortunately shoved all of that down. Just like, I am the king. In about 3 hours ago and could not handle it at all. There's an understandable reason why, too. The Warframe update is the most goated update that has come out in a while because our little, like, humans, I forget what they're called, but our little humans in the game, you know, they fucking finally look like humans, and the story was really good because Jordy played it yesterday, so it was okay yesterday, so I think it's just, I can literally ask Jordy too right now. I also do have my little puzzle game up on my phone, I won't lie, and by my phone, I mean my giant iPad. Seeing crazy Disney adults? Yeah. I have to deal with them IRL. Artano? Yes! I'm like, it's been a while since I created mine. They got an update, and so they actually look like humans. And there is a part of the story, Jordy said, I was just like, oops, sorry, spoilers, but not, it didn't really give too much, but you get to see the child version of your Tano. They're so pretty now. They're so pretty. Jordy's little guy was so cute. She was so adorable. Yeah, for us getting a remake, I think there's a release. There is a release date. I'll have to look in, because I do really want to play Persona. Eventually. I don't know about on stream or whatnot, but I do want to play in general. Probably unpopular opinion. I liked 5. It's a good game, but it's a very flawed game. As stylish as it is. That's fair. I can't critique it all because I've never played the games at all. So I can't talk. But I can agree because it got really popular for the... I know because people loved the characters. But actual game-wise, I have no clue about it. I somehow came across on TikTok there's a bunch screaming that children shouldn't be allowed into Disney. Dude, Disney adults are some other breed. Let me do some rolls while we are sitting here. Hi, turn up. I see you with that roll. But like, I don't know. Disney adults are just so... There's... Oh my god, I haven't heard this song in so long. I'm gonna cue up the Barnes & Noble song after this. Because I actually do want to listen to this. I don't know. Disney adults are just fucking freaks. Like, I love a good adult who likes Disney. But I do not like the Disney adults. Because they're really weird sometimes. Especially creator side for influencers that are Disney based. Some of them are good. And some of them I do watch on TikTok every once in a while when they come up. And like they're fine and whatnot. Some of them, they just annoy me so much. I think because I have to work and we literally have to work around them. And even when you go into the park, they are the most inconvenient people. There was a mother blocking the entire pathway because she was filming her son for a TikTok transition. And it was cute. It was fine. But she was blocking the entire walkway. And so me and my sister-in-law just stood there just like, can we walk? Like, we're trying to get through here. Guess on who wished me a happy birthday first? Ooh. I don't know, because it could have been some of the Europeans. What do you do at Disney? Consider? You're not a princess, are you? No, I work in entertainment costuming, so I work backstage with the princesses. I don't work with the princesses, I actually work over at Marvel. So I work with the heroes. But I work in costuming. I'm trying to get over there. I should really check my emails. He's my favorite boy. He's so cute. That's a good favorite boy, Coco. Exactly, Coco. Disney adults, derogatory. We hate them. Okay, wait, let me do rolls. First up is Kai. Kai should be good. Yeah, Kai, you got a 19, 12, and a 3. 3 is probably physical health, but the rest of it is really fucking good because the residents are in fact evil today. Next up should be Nova. And 5 and 16. A little tired today, but honestly doing really good mentally. Next should be Doc. There was nobody else up there, right? Yes, correct. Okay. Doc. Damn, that's crazy. 17, 17, and an 8. Still mentally exhausted and still exhausted, but you're fucking good. You don't have to go to work today. It's your birthday, and you get to hang out with us. You're doing good today. Turn up. 4, 6, and 16. You're doing amazing because you're here. Actually, that's a 9. So 4, 9, and a 16. So you're doing good. A little bit tired, a little bit exhausted right now, but you're still doing really good. Let's see, Coco. 6, 3, and 19. I couldn't read some of them. The 3 is because of all the fucking rough matches last night you guys had in Overwatch. The rest of it is, you're doing pretty good. You're here right now, you're gonna hang out and yap with us, but yeah. If you're not a European? What? Wait. It wasn't? Was not a European? Oh, okay. Do. I had to buy ibuprofen gel for my back. Oh, I didn't know they had ibuprofen gel. But I'm sorry, Kai. It makes sense. Your physical health isn't doing too good. I'm gonna fight your bones. Specifically the bones. Are there villains walking around the park ever? If you want to consider Loki a villain, We have him on Marvel and DCA side, so Disneyland California Adventure. Disneyland side, Hook is sometimes out and about. But I don't think we have too many villains right now. We usually have the Queen, the Red Queen, and Cruella. But I don't know if they're only there for Halloween. So I don't think so. Which is very unfortunate because I'd rather meet the villains. Hook is pretty cool. Hook is a sculpted character, so he doesn't talk. Goober, why is this so well worded? Oh, that's so funny. Cruella is so cool. I don't know if she's just normally out, though. I wish she was. Red Queen, I know why. Also, some of our buildings are under construction right now, so we don't have a lot of space. Quiet did, and I bit him. I politely chomp. You know? Guess it? But it was a DeviantArt account that I didn't know I still had. What the fuck do you read, Doc? Also, Doc, I see your profane joke up there. I was trying to hold back a ibuprofen joke. So, by the way, it's okay. We both go ang. Think I'd mainly want to meet Gaston. Ooh, I don't know if Gaston is out. I actually don't know. I would love to meet Gaston. We had problems with him, and it's not problems with him. It was problems with Disney adults. And, you know, some people just forget, you know, they're actual humans. And either way, the characters are humans to begin with. Don't act like that to them. This is such a funny song. I am locked into my little puzzle game. You want to watch me play it? We'll sit like this while I play it and yap. I don't know why I like this game. I don't know. I sit here and I play this while I'm watching my scary videos. I closed my scary videos out early so I wouldn't miss stream time. Will not lie. I have a simple brain and it likes puzzles. I don't remember making it. I got a random email at midnight from DeviantArt saying, wish you... That's fucking crazy. Fucking DeviantArt messaging you is so funny. iPad kid, yes. iPad kid maxing? Yes, I am. I am mid-maxing my iPad kid strength. That was a funny fucking song. I love Coomber for that recommendation. I'm actually gonna do that. Oh, more. Okay. More of this album. Fucking love that. I have Outlast Trials news for you guys. It's not gonna be anything that you ever expected. Why is it green again? So I continued playing yesterday. Literally after stream ended, I reopened it. It opened up immediately. So the game was telling me to end stream. So I did that. What is this? I'm glad stuff got to him. I was worried considering how much I spent. That's fair. I'm glad I got to him relatively really fast too, Kai. Tale of the haunted deviant arts account. Come from, we don't know. I still have my DeviantArt account. Truth be told, I loved that website when I was younger. Dad didn't wish me until 22. Damn. DeviantArt beat out your dad. Beat him to it. Oh, I can't get that one. It's blocked. So Outlast Trials, I need to put this down, otherwise I'm focusing on that. So, I was just there, flabbergasted. Real as fuck. Real as fuck, Kai. I beat that trial yesterday after stream. It took me almost 2 hours. It is the most tedious trial, like full trial, I've ever done. It is really fun. It is extremely hard. I don't have a lot of my stuff because I relapsed, obviously. We saw that happen. That is a difficult fucking trial. That bitch is so hard to tell where she is. So sad I missed most of stream. I posted the VOD, so you'll be able to watch it there if you do want to rewatch it. If not, it was me suffering most of the time. I relapsed so that I had absolutely nothing. I almost have a lot of my stuff back of the important things besides my amps. Did you get a mug and an Eevee plush though? Ooh, did you post a picture of your Eevee plush? I want to see the Eevee plush. And the mug too, but the Eevee plush. Will I rewatch? Yeah, because the last trial I did. VODs are good. Hi, ky3len. Because Kai, the last trial I did was a full-length trial. I have reagents on so anybody can evade me at any time. I did MK challenges that whole day. No, I did other trials that whole day. And then I got to the new one, the brand new map that I don't know with a new prime asset. And of course I get a reagent. I'm like, I don't know where I am. I'm in the freezing cold. I have a new enemy I don't know what to deal with. I have a new thing I have to do because we had to search for money and steal the money. I didn't know how to do that. And then I have somebody out there killing me. I did bully them for a while, and then I was just getting lost and overwhelmed with the whole map itself. And they eventually got me. But I lost. And then the game crashed. And then the game. Okay, please open in Spotify. Yes, open in Spotify. Otherwise, I will copy that. Oh, it opened in Spotify. Not fucking mercy. Am I gonna sneeze? I needed to sneeze. Oh, it went away. Sneeze went away. Fuck yeah, Sonic. Did post it? Yay. Literally am not? You literally are not what? Anyways, I found out the stupid lever when I was trying to figure out... Oh no, I played it afterwards. It took me a long time. I cut into bald gay night time, which was completely fine. My friends were fine with it. They were watching me play Outlast Trials. And I had found this one lever because I was like, how do I finish the cranks? I just needed to spam the click, but it wasn't very... I was just overthinking everything. But I eventually found this one handle. So I found a secret to the map. But now I need to go back and play it again and find the code for it. So I found a secret to unlock a secret outfit. So that's pretty crazy. I didn't know that was even a thing in Outlast Trials. But now I need to play Outlast Trials with my friends so I can show them the secret and we can all get the secret outfit. And then we'll be goated with the sauce. We'll be the cool ones. We'll be the ones who solve this puzzle. It's a very easy puzzle to solve. Pull the lever crank. That's what I did. How to finish the crank. Sarah be cranking it. I be cranking it, yeah. I be cranking that thing. Unfortunately, I think it would have been mortifying doing that end of the challenge on stream. Because you're literally pulling off the person's limbs. And even last night, when I was... Coco, even last night, sitting silent in that Discord as I'm just trying to finish that trial, I was just, like, not looking at my screen in silence, just listening to this woman scream as I'm just cranking and pulling her limb off, and I'm just like, oh my god. Oh my god. So it's really brutal. Some of the other ones are really brutal too, or they're kind of funny, like you're burning people to death. That's maybe not funny, but like that one was, I don't know. I think it's because you see her flesh because you're like pulling off the limbs. Really well done. Really well done. Just unfortunately, really well done. Is this one I have? Oh no, that's just... Oh no, I do have a little... It's a smile on Sarah's face, like putting people alive. Oh, yes. Thank you, Dot, for gifting a tier 1 sub to ky3len. Now she can use the silly little emotes that I make while I'm at work. I'm still playing my little iPad game. My little iPad game needs to finish so I can focus on you guys. But I gotta win it. I gotta win. I'm in it to win it, okay? Where the freak are these things? Da 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 da. Ba ba ba. You can do this one. I say that as if you can see what I'm doing. You can't. Me as fuck. Here, play Final Fantasy. Which one's that one? There's so many. I have never played it. I know a lot about that story, but I've never played that one. And I do have the I do have it because I remember Coco gifted it. So I do have it to play sometime. Disco Elysium. Normal Outlast Trials objective. Castrate this person and deliver his balls to the secret boss. Boss? Box. Yes, Coco. Exactly. Being shouted out? I don't know. It's because your birthday. Those who have, y'all know Jesse. What about Jesse? Oh fuck, I just lost the game. I didn't. I'm actually a winner. Down. Oh fuck, now I lost. I didn't. I'm a winner. Too fucking good. I'm not really... I'm like whiffing this puzzle game now. To go. I'm dead. Just like below. 0, 0, 0. Oh no. I love this song. Doc, we're gonna celebrate the fuck out of your birthday today. That was me to Lily in her fucking birthday card. I'm gonna celebrate the fuck out of your birthday. The aggression is always needed. Gotta hype up the friends. You gotta have a hype birthday. That's the only thing that I allow here, a hype birthday. Is that green or yellow? Who knows? Where's the other yellow? Oh. Well, oopsie, that's a little bit of a situation. You did it. Doc, you have traveled. You've done a cycle around the sun again. One time I said the moon to somebody, and I'm like, good enough. They'll get it. Last name is Raspberry. I love that. Supposed to make food? Fuck yeah. I also need to go look at the Eevee. That's the wrong chat. That does look pretty damn good. I love those noodles. Those noodles are so silly. They're so silly. Oh, you did post the Eevee. I did see the Eevee. That mug is really cute too. Simple B. But I love... Looks absolutely bussin'. I should get it. I deserve a treat. What did I get sent? Oh! Sprigatito? I almost cried. Kai. I bought my brother's birthday present today. Christmas. Sorry, his birthday was last month. I just bought his Christmas present. But I did a good thing and I didn't buy myself a keyboard because I really don't need it. I just need to work on this keyboard. 12-inch? Reserve a treat? How much is this? Is that the big one? Jumbo. 20-inch. Itch? She's so expensive. She is pretty fucking ginormous. To be the gifter? Your turn to be the gifter. What are you gifting, Coco? Okay, that's that. So we want Jumbo. Because there's a normal one. Is that the Jumbo one? It seems to be about 45. It seems to be about 40 to 50, depending on like which place you get it. I don't want to buy from Amazon, but how much is it there? 37 on Amazon, which fucking sucks. I don't want to buy from them. But I want that Sprigatito. She's only 37 on Amazon. The normal size squishmallow of Sprigatito is only like 10. But we want the Jumbo. Okay, Pokemon 24-inch Jumbo. Does Target have it? No, they're a normal Sprigatito. Cute. Psyduck sleeping. Side deck sleeping is very cute. Because he got a belly up. I don't know why I'm so, like, I'm locked in. 24? No, she's 20. 20 inch. Also available at Hot Topic. There's just sleeping. Beware. Oh, that one's really cute. Oh, that bunch with the sleeping, that sleeping Sprigatito is the cutest fucking shit I've ever seen, and I want that one so badly. The jumbo squishmallow, though, I'm just gonna have to find out about and or buy from Amazon. I don't want to. Hello, Fire. How are you? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, so anyways, I'm gonna forfeit this one even though I used my stuff. Oh, wait, I still need my iPad. It's weird having these headphones on and I can hear so much differently than with my, my buds, the earbuds. Did I have the sound up? Nope, I just turned it up. Okay. We put that there. Okay. Can I admit, you know, he'd be like that sometimes, and that's perfectly fine. I'm doing pretty good today. I'm a little chilly right now, but that's fine. I still need to get my Jill deck. I need to buy my Jill deck too. I need to reallocate. I think I've been focused on buying my Christmas presents and everything, that I haven't sat down and bought the ducks yet. Went on sale for Black Friday? I don't think so either. Let's see. I was like, what's the brand? I have the brand right on my desk because I have my Garrus there. They have little Grinch ones. Gaming? Resident Evil? Yeah, I just need to buy the Jill and the Chris. But I don't think they ever really go on sale. I had a list of 10 things. None of them went on sale for Black Friday. Jill deck was on there. That's so sad. I mean, it'd be like that sometimes when something doesn't go on sale, but it's like, please. Please, I want you to go on sale. I was just updating my little Christmas list. I don't know if I'm doing certain things anymore. I need to go buy stuff for my mom. Did I buy him? Yes, I did. I'm like actually buying people stuff this time, which does make me feel broke, but because I'm going through a lot of money, but because now I have to pick up the pace and buy things. But I have money, so I'm going to spend it on people. It's Christmas present. It's being delivered. Writing cards to send out Monday. That's so, I love writing out little cards. That's so cute. I will cry. Wait, what did Coco give you? Not the smug ass face from Coco. How has the Christmas spirit level been for you? Everyone else there? It's been pretty good. We made Christmas cookies not too long ago. My friends are trying to plan to make Christmas, like, just goodies. Christmas, like, cookies and everything. So I might try to go to that. I work, though, so we'll see. But, like, it's been good. Here, we can make it better. Hold on. You want more Christmas? My hair is wrapping to my chin. And it's tickling. This is tickling. This little... Fuck off. I'm sparing my chin of makeup again to give it a rest. It is extremely dry, so I need to buy a different moisturizer. But that little piece of hair is not helping. Yeah, my P.O. box is still the same. Sorry, I locked into this as I read that out in my head. Turn up, but yes, it is still the same. We have had that since I was a child. I'm spending it anyways. You know that's fair. That is fair. But please watch your finances, turn up. I don't think that needs to update at all. Okay. I actually need to look up. I'm gonna do a little quick Resident Evil though. Resident Evil 6 walkthrough. Thanks, of course, of course. Feeling Sarah make it a turn of gift. I fear, because I love gifts and I love people giving me gifts because I like trinkets. And I'm a little biased that I'm like, yes, give me gifts. I love receiving things. I like little trinkets. Give it to me. But it's also really cute because I'm like, oh, that made me think you thought of me when you thought you picked that up. So then that's really cute and I like that. How goes this, Sarah? Also, hi, Quiet. When I don't even know if I gave you a proper hi. I did not hydrate. Anyways, I'm doing good. How are you doing? I need Leon's campaign. Hi. I did bite you.
Hydrate, you bastard!
I did do that. Okay, fine. I do want to get a new cup because this is a cup I use now, but it has a school logo right there. It's not a school I go to, and it's not a school that my mom goes to, but she's worked with them. So, because she does nursing scheduling for rotations and whatnot. So I have stolen it and used it, but I do really like this cup. It's been a good day. Fuck yeah. I need to clean this. There's just like lipstick all over it. Because I had lipstick on yesterday too. Just a plethora of lipstick right at the top of this fucking straw. I'll probably throw it in the wash after today. I just like refilling it. Y'all need to stop. What'd you get this time? I should get you a gift. Where's your little name? Where's your silly little name? Oh, there's your silly little name. View profile. Also, yeah. Doc, answer Shaylin's question. I actually fear that she... Oh, there it is. I was like, I don't actually know how to... well, that's only $26. You want dice? I wish I got into resin making, because then I would make you your own paradise. ETA Saturday. Damn, that's crazy, Turnip. I was able to hang out with my favorite person in the world while I was working. Same person as in... I wonder who. Quiet. Y'all are so cute. I love you too very much. It's what you deserve. Exactly. It's your day of birth. We must celebrate such an amazing person that is in our lovely little community. And you can fight me on that. Man, I should still play Hogwarts Legacy. I'm not playing that on stream because I don't want to promote that anywhere here, but Turnip had gifted it to me a while back, and I still do really want to play it. I just want to be a little wizard. Oh my god, crab champions. I was supposed to look up where I was in the story for Leon and Helena. Paradise. Paradise. I love Schlatt. I love Schlatt so much. Oh, I should buy you Slay the Princess, actually. Down, 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 down. Ooh. I was just seeing stuff of this. South of Midnight, because I remember that artwork. Hey, Doc, what if I give a proposal and I buy you Flip Witch? We're gonna take a momentary break from Christmas music to listen to Flip Witch. Where's my favorite song? Phantasmal Funk. This soundtrack for this. I hate the way you worded that, Turnip. Oh my god. This fucking game has such an amazing soundtrack. Hell, you shouldn't. Yes, the hell I should. So I'm just browsing your wish list. Ooh, date everything's on there. Oh, the Game Awards are today. Here's the thing. MSL, I don't know how to accept things on Steam. If you go to your notifications, you should be able to go to like whatever like thing is there. You click on it and then it'll pop it up. Hey, bud, how you doing? Happy fucking 7 streaks. Doc is ignoring you. Doc is stressed out, I think, because Doc usually doesn't get gifts. Are we watching the Game Awards today? Fire, I didn't even see your message there because I just saw Claire Obscure. I think they're later in the day. Can I type? Oh yeah, it's later in the day. It's at 4:30 p.m. for me time. So usually I'm done streaming by 3. I will be watching that though. After stream. Cutie Spotted, hi Na, how are you? My wish list isn't always for me. Can't randomly buy games. I mean, Flipwitch isn't on there because of me. What about Sloppy Fields, sir? That honestly looks really cute. I like the art style because it's the pixel. See if I'm still awake then. That's fair. I want to buy Claire Obscure, but I've been holding off on buying it because I'm like, Game of the Year edition? Good. Currently cleaning room, but wanted to say hi. Hell yeah. Good, good, good. I hope cleaning goes well. I have been good. Honestly, yeah, I've been good. It's been a really good week. We had an amazing stream yesterday because we played Outlast Trials. Suffered, but that was so much fun. I got a new update, a whole bunch of new stuff, and Christmas event. So it was very fun. Liked it a lot. Get you exactly, Kai. See, Doc, we know you well enough that we also know what games we want. Like Sonic Racing Crossroads. One, you should also get that, Doc, because then you can play with us. But I know why that's on there. DLC, so I don't think there will be a specific Game of the Year edition. They usually do make Game of the Year editions for whatever wins. Also, it's just been on sale for a while too, so if it doesn't, I just buy it on sale. Also, end of the year sale. It's on sale right now though too, and I don't know why. Let me go click on it. Where you want to sell special promotion? Okay, special promotion. It's special promotion. Dude, I know why this is on your list, Doc, Grave Seasons, and I'm still pissed off that it does not have a release date. I want that. This is Schlapp. It is my favorite Christmas album next to Les Feux. Gecko Gods. I know why that one's on there. And Dale. Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate! Can I drink coffee quiet? Am I allowed to drink coffee? Betsy Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't know why that one's on there. I mean, I would like to play that, but I don't think that's on there for me. Sounds, dude, his voice is smooth like butter. I don't know how he did it. Hi, Kev. How you doing? God, no game is worth 50 quid. That's fair. I do like that a lot of the characters in it are just free instead of microtransactions. So I do adore that. You can't, yes. Hydrating with coffee. My coffee's cold already though. It's not like cold, but like it's cold enough. It's for not me, I swear. But, like, you should also play that, you know? You own Kingdom Hearts, Doc? Somebody would be very upset if you didn't own Kingdom Hearts. Why is Signalis on there? I own Signalis. Actually, I think you added Signalis because of me on there. But I swear I own Signalis. It's just in the family share. What about Warhammer Bolt Gun? I only play one Warhammer. Actually, that's a lie. I have played 3 Warhammer games. I've played 3 Warhammer games, so I can't say that I've only played one. Quiet, I've been playing Darktide, Warhammer Darktide. It's very interesting. When who what? Where I'm threatening Doc with gifting him a game on his wish list, and there's a Warhammer game on there, and I'm like, that's not because of me, because I don't play Warhammer. I say is I had 3 Warhammer games, 2 that are actively installed. Like their Warhammer games. Space Marines, very good. Especially Space Marines 2. God, that game is so pretty. I do really like Vermintide because I don't know, it reminds me of Left 4 Dead. Hey, Warhammer games together. Play Warhammer games together. Coco just gave me Signalis. Good, you should play it. See, this is the thing, Doc. Even though some of these games you might have because it's for somebody else, they're really good games. So you should play them as well. Hey, what was that one? What did Shaylin threat you? Fair. Okay, she threatened you. Yeah, she should. Need friends for Vermintide 2? The first time I ever tried to play it, it broke. And I had to refund it. And then I bought it again, and now it works. It's fun. Wizard with a gun. Doc, I don't know what that is, but I feel like you need that. On Guard looks really cute. Oh, another Warhammer game on here. Quiet, you'd be very proud. 2 Warhammer games so far on his wish list. Stop Dead looks interesting. Kill Bug. Killed the Crows. Oh, got a theme there. Oh, I need to buy that one game. I forgot it came out. I need to figure out which one it was. You deserve date everything, though, too. With a gun is pretty fun. Okay. Just gave it to me. The checklist is being done. I feel like I'm helping influence this by reading out the fucking games. Doc, did you actually buy Fly Night? Because I remember you talking about it. I feel like you need that game. Wee. Started a game? Wait, what was that? What's in my pockets? Which? Now I have to like trail back. Ooh, Relic of War. Okay. Yeah, right now my Warhammer games that I have is Darktide and Space Marines 2. And then Vermintide, but that one's not installed. Darktide is not the best, but it was on sale, and it's just like a dumb fun one. Doc, you better watch it. This is the one day I am allowed to give you a gift. I just don't know what to give you, but I feel like I should because you have given so much to this community and to me, technically, too. Literally, even if you haven't gifted subs. Dude, I want ill so badly. Still on to be announced. I'm like, fuck you. Give us this game. Let's go to it with the sauce. I should give you Balatro. It's not on your wish list. I just love Balatro. I actually should buy you Separate Ways for Resident Evil 4 because that is something you have played and you need to play that DLC. It's only $9.99. We won't date everything. It's on there for a friend. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. This is like threatened Doc Day. I need to fix my pants. I am wearing jeans again. Gift everyone Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh yeah, I have an umbrella shirt on today. Forgot about that. ISL, fuck yeah. Probably watch it on YouTube. Oh yeah, it's in 5 hours. Yes, I will be ending stream literally when this starts, so we are not watching the Game Awards together. I'm so sorry. Also, it's relatively really long, so I would rather sit through other things and then watch it. Giving the extras are my love language, but here's the thing. I shut down mentally when given gifts. I know, but we love and appreciate you. It's very adorable too, because it's like, I know you don't normally receive gifts, but it's like, this is our love and appreciation showed back to you. Huh. Hot butt fire trap? Interesting. Interesting. QTE. Okay. I think we literally have one small section of chapter 3 left. Can I go back one more? Can I go? Computer. I hate this stupid ass fucking website. Going back on the same fucking website. Okay. Leon and Helena campaign. So we only have 2 chapters left, so we should be able to finish Leon's story today. I'm gonna leave that up so I don't forget. Hello, it's glitching. I need to sneeze. Hold on. My bad. Oh my god. Why did your computer restart itself? So fun, but I've only played 3. It's okay. I've only played 1 fully. I played the phone game.
Hello,
Thank you for the
Raiders.
shout out.
My name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays, family friendly Wednesdays, and horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop whoop.
Hell yeah. We did, however, play Outlast Trials yesterday, so that was quite great. But welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream glitching? How have you been? Sorry, I needed to move Kuromi. I love that the computer just decided, yeah, right now. I need to update right now. What was I gonna say? Kai, how long can you go for stream today? Because I know you'd be hurting today too, so you tell me. You let me know. It'll be the... Not till until I pass out. It's like, whoa. Whoa. Okay, so you can go for a while. So we will finish Leon and Helena. Played a game about digging a hole? Ooh. I feel like I know which game, but there is a couple of games now about digging a hole. But I do really love them. We love a good Minecraft session too, though. Genuine, thoughtful gifts when you're growing up. So this is your reward now? We love you. Exactly! I'm with ky3len on that one. That's exactly why. Oh, I wasn't typing at all. I need to buy my best friend a gift still. Okay. Junior, hi! Welcome! We're bullying Doc with love. Can call it out because I'm the same way. I know, yeah. Everybody, I want you to know for ky3len's birthday, ky3len said, no, you don't need to get me a gift. Just you being there is the gift, which is fair. I do agree with that. But also, no, I want to get you a gift. I still want to get you a gift, and your birthday's been long gone. It's been long fucking gone, but I still want to get you a gift. But I like buying people things just like sporadically through the year, won't I? Junior, let's see. 11, 9, and 7. A little low because you're never gonna be here anymore. But you're doing really good. We just really miss you. How you find it? We're doing amazing. We're doing good. I'm doing really good today. We miss you, yeah. I hate it. Why you gotta work? You know what it feels like when I send y'all games? Yeah. Especially once you give one person a game and then you threaten somebody else, and then it's like, I can't. I gotta shut my ass up or I'm gonna get gifted. I gotta shut my ass up. Gifts for ky3len? Exactly, exactly. It's Christmas time anyways. Let's see. Glitching? Oh, glitching, you're doing amazing. You don't worry at all. You got 2 nat 20s and a 16, so you're doing absolutely amazing. 2 nat 20s is insane. Sweet, yeah, you're doing really good. Objective received and accepted. Not the fucking objective. Can be you guys letting me make you a cake. Oh, okay, but that's no more. That's a gift to me. I'll make you something back, and then we trade these. I'll make you like cheesecake or cookies or something. Gifts for ky3len? Got it? Yes, yes, I agree, I agree, I agree. She bakes a lot. She bakes a lot. Get ky3len. Write that down, write that down. Get ky3len more baking equipment. Or cooking. I don't know, do you do more cooking or baking, ky3len? I just remember that cheese. The cheese was great. I'm really hung up about that cheese. That shit was so fucking good. I spent my entire life with chat. Yes! Say I, but also no, don't do it. You need the money. You just moved. Pain and agony. Me lord, no pressure. Ah, yes, me lord. Thank you. You keep me in check, me lord. Thank you, me lord. Let me... Okay, I need that one up. And that's gonna be my reminder that the Game Awards is a thing. There's my me lord. What did my wife said? I almost said my girlfriend. That's wrong. She's my wife. Send address. Like that. Yeah, yeah. I hate men. It's just like emotionless. Like, what the fuck? I hate men. I don't hate you guys. I hate men. It's so funny. So I just saw Gothic in the fucking general chat in Discord. I dare you to miss stream start. I dare you. I'm like, damn. It's like anytime I say it, I'm gonna cry, and it's just Gothic. I dare you to. Don't give gifts. I threaten with gifts. That's fair. That is fair. I need to fix my pantalones. You know, let's lock in. No, I don't want to stand up. Let's lock in. I'll stand up. Okay, we got a to-do list today. Really do. Oh, check. I can read
Thank y'all. I really do appreciate it.
We love you very much. What the fuck am I clicking? This one and this one. So y'all can hear Kai when Kai comes in. Christmas music. Revoked. I have your little guy facing the wall. No. A, B, C, D. Bear. Oh, I flipped you. Okay. Bear. Bear. Oh. Why is something in my eye?
Bear.
Didn't put on eyeshadow today. Oh. Blinkies. When was that coupon still good for? I don't know why I remembered that.
That being said, I should have denied all the gifts. So
Today
I'll
is a
get
day of
refunded.
giving.
And it's too late, Doc. You already accepted the gift I sent you.
I also got quiet Warhammer.
Warhammer.
Mhm.
Oh, but I have the Sephora
Mhm.
app.
He mentioned a game, and I looked up the game, and it was 90% off. And
No, you got cut off at the end. The internet
Like
gods.
I can't turn that down. I can't turn that offer down.
You can't if it's on sale. Oh, the internet gods are taking my guy. 6.
I will beat my internet up.
Oh, who
Beat it up.
Beat and eat it. The internet is eating the end of your sentences. Nothing else. Doesn't even do the glitching out noise. It's just kind of like the chomp. I'm like, what? What happened? Okay, I'm gonna go here.
I feel bullied.
No, don't feel bullied. Oh no, you're on track.
I feel like Kev is bullying me.
Yeah, it's what happened there. Yeah. Kev didn't even let me pay for the ticket for the D&D show.
Yeah.
You didn't let me do anything, yeah. Anyway, Emma? What the frick is it, Ashley? What the... Oh. Got a really old notification in Discord. I was watching Bring Her Back 2 months ago. I'm like, oh. That may be just a wee bit old. No ending sent. That's what it sounds like, yeah. Time to gift for Doc is ready. He's going to have forgotten his entire conversation. Exactly, Jenny. Exactly. That's the fucking wrong button. Okay.
Can you join us, Doc? Can you join us?
The pure excitement. I think I have to change the little settings in it, but I think I can change that when I get into it. Holy shit, that screamed. Do you have it ready? You would have to play as Helena.
Oh, yeah, so
that's the only unfortunate thing.
On his birthday, gets to play silly little games.
Do you want me to... Oh, can we...
I mean, if in doubt, I can literally just drag him out.
Oh, true, you're a mod here now. Do. Bam, 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 bam.
Power.
You have the power. I'm like... You're gonna make him play as Helena? It's too far gone. He has to. Leon has all of my trinkets.
I mean, Doc, if in doubt, I don't know how you would join.
Let me see.
The game.
Let me see.
The game. There should be a waiting channel. If not, just join a different one and I can forcibly drag you up here.
Let me see about... Okay. Ah ha ha ha. Because I'm like, I turned it on don't allow. Do private. Playing for fun. Fun. I am at the end of this chapter. Do you want to join at the start of the next one? Or do I have to add you into it right now? I don't remember. Because we're at the end of this one. Ultimate power. Guy holds the power. The power.
I will become mad with power. Can I drag him up?
Does not matter to me. Oh yeah, you can drag him up.
Is that okay?
Yes. I'm gonna tab out of this game. We're gonna get something. I think this game's okay with my computer. You don't have to talk at all. Oh, Fuki. You can talk when you want. You can still just type in chat. That is completely fine. I'm just, keep scrolling. Otherwise, close. Okay.
Anyway, now you're here. You're so cool, Doc. I love you so much. You're so cool.
So cool.
You're so sweet.
You're so awesome. I'm just
kidding. You're so awesome. You're a wonderful person.
Sources? Ah, yes.
I'm so thankful to have you.
You guys need to stop putting this stuff in my head. Oh my god, I forgot to take out my earbud and I hear myself for the first time in forever. That's what I sound like?
You have to... Yeah, no, you... I hear the join and I immediately mute stream as fast as possible so I don't hear myself.
Do this. Do that. Oh. Did I turn off the wrong one?
Oh my god, why do y'all still talk to me?
Because we love you. We appreciate you so much. You're a good friend. That's why. You're so
Make it
cool.
really small, and then I'll move it over here.
Okay, I gotta
And then
take the
turn
earbud
it
out.
on, and then.
Oh yeah, because there's also the mild delay as well.
Mild delay. It's like a
Mhm.
good 7 seconds.
No, I don't like it. No, I lost it. Where did it go? There it is. There we go.
I can see you just messing about with Doke's profile photo.
I don't know. I'm just like, where do I put it?
Just
Where is the other?
7
7.
minutes.
Oh, there we go. Okay, and you can have that. Okay, you have a hat now.
Are you just on my head now? Do I have a hat? The hat
Yes.
is you.
I am being worn as a hat.
I think that's good there. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Yep, I don't need
Oh my
this
god,
now.
I forgot I had the Barbie phone.
Yes, I gave you back the Barbie phone. I won't forget to turn it off this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Run away! No.
Thank you.
7 seconds. Okay, let me go back really quick.
The game was ready for me, but now it's being a pain.
They do tend to do that, I've noticed.
Do I get to pick?
They are quite mean.
Let me see if I can. Where the fairy is your name? Okay.
Oh my god.
Let me hit
Look at
enter.
Resident Evil.
If
Oh
I
my
start the
god.
game, I can exit it, but I need to see what the next screen. Okay, creating. Okay. Okay, I can do it from here. There we go. I was like, I think the next screen is where I need to go. But it says start game on like each one that I'm like, oh.
I don't even know if my game's going to be allowed to allow me to play.
That's fair. Fight it.
Oh, there we go.
It is being very mean to you. How dare it?
Is it glitching? If it is, you can blame me. Fair enough, glitching. If it's a glitching issue, it's a you issue. The things are stacked. You can call it a tower. Well, yes, it's a tower. I usually make a tower with my friends. Oh, Jesus Christ. You joined and it fucking started. Or did it? Well, we'll see where we get put. Oh God, we're in this part.
What do we do?
Hydrate, I'm in the water.
Too bad. Hydrate. You're in the water.
I hydrated.
Water. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. No,
How
now
far do
you're
we
here.
fall?
The laws of Twitch chat redeems apply to you too. Which means you
Well,
also
yes.
have to hydrate and stretch and posture check.
How do
Whatever.
I space A? I hate this part of the game.
The water.
The water. Hello. Just watching your name levitate up.
Like,
Oh, so many bubbles. Hello, big fish. Oh God, we're amazing swimmers.
I would have died already.
I would have been gone.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh no. What the why are you levitating up? Okay, I can hydrate while here. Where's the one with the spooky in it? It's one of these ones. I will sit up straight, don't you worry, Fire.
Okay, you better.
Body. Oh yeah, don't touch the bodies.
Oh,
Do.
wait, hold on.
Oh!
I'm supposed to hydrate, stretch, and sit up. But but I'm sitting like a bisexual. I can't sit straight.
I'm sitting improper as hell. Where the hell is
As
this?
long as you ain't shramping.
Shramping. You good back
I
there?
might be shrimping.
I don't know why I said it like that.
Oh. Get the fuck up.
You
Just
tell
like
me a
punch
shrimp word,
through
that's
me. Is that air? Yeah, it is. Oh, this is that one. Oh.
He has seen better days.
The way both of them just look up like, wow. That's a something. Oh, I hate these guys. I'ma touch him. Yep. It was already too far.
Yeah, there we go.
It was already too far gone.
That animation is so great. Just the
trinkets. R. Oh, R is pickup. I forgot.
Or.
Is that body floating towards us menacingly?
Oh, turning around on controller is bad.
Yeah. Don't touch me, don't touch me! He touched me!
No!
Fucking decked his ass. He looks like Gojo.
He didn't consent to that. How could he do that?
Exactly what I'm saying. So fucked up and evil. They're blocking my water source! My air source! Not my water source. Oh, this is the exit. Can I scream? No, I can't. I'm underwater.
No.
I don't think it would be that easy to open that. Smacked Leon's ass. Yeah. Leon, shut the fuck up. So bye, Junior. We'll miss you. Ah. Oh, bye.
No. I miss him a lot.
We should be dead.
Why did
like,
I get dogs?
I don't know, but now we have the QTE QuickTime events.
Oh god, good luck.
Yeah. I have to wait my turn to do stuff. Is it my turn to do stuff? Oh, it is my turn to do stuff. Oh, space R. Okay, okay. This is like FV all over again.
I still don't get FV.
I don't know. It's so weird.
The
like
QTEs, I feel like, are a lot easier on controller.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Wee wee wee, hi Fox. Wee wee wee. You can't beat me, fish. You not be profanate.
iPad kid today.
Wait, what? I tried to burp through.
I feel like I've been the ultimate iPad kid today.
Me at the start of just start a stream. Oh my god. Quick time. Yeah, there's fucking quick time. Oh, I should stop looking at chat. I was really trying to look at Fox's message. Yippee! Oh, I'm the one in the.
Doing a die.
Hey, so I'm trusting you up there. I'm gonna be honest.
Careful, that thing's still around here.
Yeah, and I'm in the fucking water.
I'll find a place to climb up.
Okay. These are the worst. I will defend it. When other Resident Evil people are here, sometimes I get a little shy. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I love this game. This is important, so yes, turn up. Yes. I love this game.
Elena,
it has tank
something
controls,
about
though,
these bars?
Fox.
I can try. Hold
The
on.
controls awful on mouse and keyboard. The Jake and Sherry scene where you have to drive the snowmobile, actually awful. The rest of it, pretty good. Love you. I love you too, turn up.
Swim through those bars.
I'm telling you. He could.
You can swim through those bars, Leon. Like,
Leon,
that's not even.
You may be dummy
That's not
thick,
even
but
that
like,
thin.
yeah, or go through this one. Oh, they weren't even that far into the ground. I'm swimming as fast as I can. I'm trusting you up there. I'm trusting you with my life.
It's coming.
Look how slow Leon swims. I hate this interaction. He swims the fucking slowest. Guy once and he's like, please avoid. I said no. Damn.
Thanks.
Oh yeah.
You literally can hear what?
I hope you know. Me and Quiet have in fact picked up, specifically from you, we have picked up going, Foya, Foya.
Foya, Foya.
And
Okay, thank God. I think Nikki one time let that fish eat me.
Well, that's mean.
Damn, but I love this game. It's so silly. Oh, that's not. Okay.
It's so silly.
Oh shit. Okay, no, that's not. What happened to all my Tic Tacs? Okay. Gonna do that. Yeah, I don't know what Helena has.
Leon, your clothes
Leon!
are all white. You should take them off. I I said what I said.
Take it off, King! Take it off! Oh my god, people are complaining. So there's spoilers that have been released for Leon being in Requiem. Perfectly fine. Love that. Very happy about that. But people are like, why'd they make him look like that? I'm sorry, he's pushing 50. He's old.
Yeah.
He be looking like that. I hate this fish. Slippy slide! Oh god!
Don't
Free ammo! I ran out of ammo. I gotta reload. In this animation. I have to stay. Yeah! Sorry, I got really excited. The mic is very close to me today, too.
Get ready. Here it comes.
Why is he walking towards us?
He cannot have little legs under there.
So we got chomped. I needed to switch my gun. He literally is climbing towards us. Had to feed the fishes? Oh, no. Okay. Okay. I hate these fucking little bosses. He got hit. And now he's walking.
I'm walking here.
He's walking here. Oh god. Oh god, I gotta reload. Where's my shotgun? Okay. Hello? Okay. Open your mouth, sir.
Aim for the dynamite.
Oh god. I wanted it to get closer. I'm like, do I shoot now? Bye, fishy. So we're gonna be eating some sushi today. It might be infected sushi, but you know, it might still be good. Just a little bit of sewer fish.
Fish.
Leon, oh no, your clothes are all wet again.
Leon,
Truth be told,
your clothes are soaking wet. You should
take it off. He is in a leather jacket, and I actually do recommend him taking that off. Anyway, so that entire town got bombed now. I forgot you have a delay, so you'll. I'm predicting the future.
Yeah, they really did her.
It's like Raccoon City all over again.
He's sterilizing the area.
And destroying the evidence.
God damn.
I still don't understand these stupid ass phones.
Thank God you're still alive.
Where's Simmons?
After speaking with you, he left. In a hurry.
You know, it's really great when I'm trying to talk
Where
and
did he
I've
go?
muted myself.
As he was leaving, he was talking to someone on the phone.
You honestly
Hey,
scared me
what if
there
I-
too because you haven't
I
talked in a
Find out where
moment.
he went? Don't
What if I
worry.
bite Discord for
I've got
you?
a tail on him. He's on
It's
his
my
way to the
controller.
airport right
My
now
controller has a
when his
mute button. I
private
decided
jet is
to just
preparing.
mute
Oh my
myself
God.
talking. I'm like, wow, I'm like, I asked the question, nobody said anything. I'm like,
Take a look at these.
I've done that
I'm
to
so
myself
sorry.
so many times. You ate alone in that.
Let me ask this question again.
Another
He's supposed to be
bioterrorism
Secret
attack.
Service, right?
The BSAA confirmed it was the same one used in Eastern Europe 6 months ago called the C virus.
Honestly, I have no fucking clue.
Virus.
We saw cocoons.
Helena, I think, is... I don't know. Helena was...
We need to stop Simmons and take him into custody right away.
I don't know what Helena's job was. Leon just worked for the president, but I don't think he was Secret Service.
Everyone.
Yeah, I'll tell you when we get there. Okay, just trust me. I'll tell you in a moment. Okay, we just gotta go find her. I'll tell you in a moment.
I need
hate
to fake
Helena.
our deaths.
Oh.
Can you do that?
Oh.
What? Of course.
Leon's dying.
But they'll figure it out.
They're faking their death,
eventually.
sorry.
What are you going to do?
So I gotta stop doing that every time we mention Leon.
We're going to
I
China.
need a crunch. We're going to China. That is my favorite fucking line.
It's like just me and Quiet. We were just like, Leon.
It's Taco. How did he?
The best line,
Yes.
his best line is not, we're going to China, it's women.
You're so right. You're so right.
Women. Women.
Do I have any money to like level up things?
No.
No, I don't.
I was correct.
What? Okay.
My cross-stitch stuff has decided to entangle itself.
ky3len, it is a little hat for the bear. Oh no. Not the Tongale.
Untangle the chain.
Not the
Come on,
Tongale.
Magnet. No.
Not the Maganante. Not the Maganante. G-Lie, B-Lie.
Looked it up. Helena is in fact Secret Service.
Okay.
Ooh, fancy.
I just want to point out she's showing a lot to be Secret Service.
Yeah. I don't mind like short sleeve. Sure. Okay, I get it. There's a lot more buttons on that shirt.
That needs to be buttoned up. Yes.
Yeah.
A lot.
There's a lot. There's a few buttons. And
Well, I mean, all those clothes are wet. So she just needs to take them off. Anyway.
yeah, same with Leon. When he should really take off that leather jacket because that's not comfy with just being drenched. But like the rest of it, you know.
He can take it off.
I wouldn't be complaining. Never seen Warehouse 13? No.
Oh my god, Warehouse 13!
Ooh.
Oh my god, I grew up on that.
Super
It was so
motherfuckers.
good. It's only got like 2 series because it got cancelled in the middle of the second one or something like that. It's
That series.
so
Go
good.
ahead. That series is where I got the line. We're slaves to our dogs, but cats are our prisoners.
Chinese airspace.
Yeah.
Yeah, my little kitties. I like these fits better.
His outfit reminds me of RE2.
Why didn't you tell
His
me?
outfit slays.
Yeah. He should just take it off though.
Maybe. But
Oh yeah.
it wouldn't have stopped Simmons. Besides,
Oh yeah, people were
Started growing.
complaining about how Leon looked because the one thing that they were saying is like, man, they just gave him wrinkles and put a beard on him. And I was like, yeah. Yeah, he's getting old.
Does he have gray hairs?
Yeah.
Then it's fine. It's just being old.
Yeah, he's because they're like he's the same exact model as the second, well, probably fourth. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what they do. They pick the same model and then they say, okay, we're gonna make him look old now.
Like, let the man be old.
He's still hot, and I still would. Oh, I hate this part so much.
you don't suppose I think I can fly a plane, do you?
I don't know. Ask her. Come on, Leon. She can fly a plane.
Now you know. Now he's older, we can have.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. That's a wall. Yeet.
Alright, hold on. I'm looking something up.
Goodbye.
Damn it.
There was a weapon here. What is this? Oh. Magnum.
Is this Magnum?
It was on the floor.
Helena, do you read me?
No, we don't read you. I can't
There's
read.
something wrong with the pressure bulkhead.
I can't wait till we fly the plane and mess up the QTE again. And that's
you get to fly
yeah.
a plane.
Yeah.
Everyone calm down.
Can I just shoot these people already? That sounds really bad, but like, they all turn into zombies. There's, excuse me, sir.
Mean. How could you do that?
It does. There's an herb in here. Herbe.
I've ran past
Eat it.
everything.
Yeah, I saw you zoom. I'm just gonna build some chiclets really quick. Okay, cool. I have chiclets. Excuse me, sir. This is a nice plane. This is nice.
There's an
Oh.
herb in here too.
Ow. We fell. I've McFallen.
Don't do that,
Excuse
silly.
me?
That's not good for you.
I know. I hit my head. Recently binged it again. That's crazy. Points. 3 points. Fuck you, Blue. More herb.
can't pick 'em
Oh
up.
god.
I don't have room for them.
Oh no. I mean, that's good though. That means you're fully stocked.
I don't remember how to open up my inventory.
Oh, you're on controller.
Is it back? It's not back.
Because mine's on
Pause?
E.
Is it not the standard, like...
No.
I don't
gonna-
know what controller you're on, I'm gonna...
I pressed V. I didn't think I was gonna open the door. Oh, I'm just gonna wait.
Why? Why for some
What
reason?
controller
That's
are you on?
weird.
Xbox.
Why? Why?
I mean, it makes sense to be on Y then. Normally, they just go for, like, the button at the top.
There we go. Do I have to press a button? Cool, thank you.
I was waiting for it too.
I know, it's like, it's gonna be space or the smash the buttons. Which button shall I? Oh, I moved. No, don't say that, Helena. Why would you say such a thing?
Helena jinxing it. Cool.
Ouchie.
that same gas.
Yeah.
We have to get rid of it. We need to open the hatch.
Don't die, silly. That's not good for you.
I thought I could get it.
Yeah, back her up.
Why are you going after me? I'm not the one shooting you in the face.
I'm literally shooting her. Oh,
Let's try
hi. This is a little awkward. Yeah, me. Finally.
There's so many button taps.
Oh no. Oh yay. I think I'm getting okay.
I'm sorry about that.
No, I think I was getting killed as you did that, so it saved me. So in this case, we should not be alive. And now we have to frantically climb up.
I believe in you.
Spray song. But that went through my leg. They're like palms slapping down. Just tung 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 tung. Wahoo!
Leah,
Yippee!
change color for me.
The plane's gaining altitude. Get to the cockpit.
Helena, we have to go.
Leon's hair just changed color for me. It was
Oh no!
weird.
He's a changed man. Nuh-uh.
Look, okay, the war changed.
Nuh-uh. Yay, points and ammo! I'm just remembering the other scenes from like, Chris and Pierce's, and it's so funny just, what's up?
God damn it, we were too late.
Knowing what happens. Oh?
Oh my god, every cutscene.
Everything's shaking. That was out of spite. Did you drop ammo, dead body? No, you didn't.
No.
Oh. That's what he said. He said, nah, you can't have my trinkets. Oh god. Oh my god. The wall scared me. Oh, hey. There's a girly pop behind us. And she's gonna stay back there. Well, we're gonna land this plane safely for that singular zombie we let live there. I know there's so many.
Never sleep on planes.
Leon, planes don't fly like this normally, okay? Is there anything down here?
No, I think they do, clearly.
Okay, every time I
I've never
hear.
been on a plane, I can't
Whoa.
operate those.
Every time I hear. Whoa.
Clearly.
Clear. Oh, I fell down the stairs! I fucking tumbled down!
Jesus Christ, how much worse can this get?
Okay, let me sit down.
Like that.
Open the hatch.
I've never seen that happen before.
The pressure out. Leon,
Well, they
you're gonna
just
need to take the controls.
ragdoll sound instead.
I was afraid you were gonna say that.
Leon, we've never flown a plane before. Ever.
Fine, I'll fly. You do something about this.
Fun back there.
Okay, first switch off the autopilot to restore manual control. Then press the third button in
Leon,
the
you
fourth
do
row
not
of the
know how to
upper
fly a
panel.
plane.
Oh, I might fail flying this plane.
Nothing's happening.
Don't worry about that, okay?
Try it again. Okay, now pull the lever on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Don't worry about it. Oh, hey, there's a zombie.
Come on.
Don't worry about it, Leon. Nothing's happening back there. Every time I hear clearly, I just think, clearly, you don't own an air fryer.
Leon, pull the throttle! Pull up!
How many levers does it take to fly this thing?
It's a plane. There's a lot of levers.
Almost there.
I like how panicked she was, as if she had told him to do anything, and he's just sitting there like, well, what do I do? And then she's like, fucking pull it! Anyways, we landed this plane perfectly, normal. Ada! Hi.
There's no way in hell he saw her.
There's no fucking way, but she fucking did, and I love this game for that. Because there was no way she could have seen him.
How the fuck could she? There's no way. Like,
There ain't no way. But
she just knew that the plane that was in the middle of crashing was somehow related to Leon.
she could have just been looking like, damn, what the hell's that doing?
Hey, I'll turn on the news. Any channel that hit the second tower.
Oh, and this is where, for us in the story now currently, we get to meet my favorite characters.
Ooh.
My sweet
Boy,
baby children.
Fight.
Oh, it's such... I love it so much.
Sherry, what are you doing here?
I'm on protective detail.
Oh, this is after
Yeah.
their accessorization.
Yeah, it
I
is.
heard you became an agent.
Why are you here?
I'm tracking the man behind all this. Chief Security Advisor Simmons.
What? There must be some sort of mistake. I report to Simmons.
He's your supervisor?
We're on our way to meet with him right now.
Where is he? I need to know.
Jake!
I love Jake,
I love Jake too.
but I love Leon.
Let me handle this.
Your orders were to avoid contact with anyone.
Leon's not just anyone. He saved
Yeah,
my life
girly.
back in Raccoon City.
Did he?
Leon?
Fair enough.
Pretty sure that was Claire.
Pretty sure that was Claire, but like, okay, girly.
Look out!
Leon's just like the overprotective father.
That was loud.
It's extremely loud.
Leon, the plane!
I think Leon's more of an uncle.
I'm so glad that I had the foresight to mute that as I saw it. Because I had the stream unmuted so I could hear what they sound like. So
You had good timing.
scared.
Yeah, because him and Claire adopted. And that's why Claire and him should be together. But it's okay. I'll accept it. I hate this fight.
Got it.
I want to be Sherry again. I miss playing Sherry.
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
Oh, that's not too good. Not me! Not me! What the fuck?
Why is he going after you?
What the fuck, bro? Leave me alone! Sherry, you take care of it. It's after you, bro. Oh my god, it's after me. Here, I'll lead him back through. Oh my god, he hit Jake! He hit the second Jake! Okay, he's gonna come back this way. And I'm ready aimed. Sorry, Sherry. Don't go up there, you loser. Why'd he hit the boxes?
That was me.
Oh. It's like, why'd you punch that singular box? Oh. I love that Jake just becomes like the overprotective boyfriend and Leon's just the overprotective father, just like, who are you? I don't know you. That's my daughter. Get away from my daughter. Hello, welcome.
Good for him. Good for him.
Oh, boxes. I hear you smashing boxes. Like, how the fuck do I get up there?
You just walk over here and climb up.
I know, I was like, where the fuck is the ladder?
It was mostly just points.
Yeah, it was all points. Several entities throughout his life just chasing him down and not dying. Yep. What's your intentions with my daughter? That's what Leon be thinking. Shut up, Jake.
Are they waiting for us?
Yeah, waiting for you.
Oh. My bad.
Leon's just touching the wall.
I'm sorry, I was still scrounging like a rat.
Ah, don't worry. That's important. I don't even know why we need you here. Because Leon just jumps up. You know, Leon, that was very sweet of you, but like, Sherry can...
Oh, that was bad.
Walk in the park, right?
Hey, if you didn't know, the guy has a shotgun.
We get this thing running. We can break that wall down.
Leon, you jumped over the wall. Oh, good heavens. Hey, Jake, you should pick her up. You should pick up Elena over there, Jake.
I think I can fix this. Sherry, get behind the wheel.
Oh, God. I'm trying to fix the whole fucking bus in the middle of this fight.
Leave me alone.
Oh, fuck. You...
Stop shooting me.
Gas it, Sherry, please. Fucking floor it. Boxes.
Boxes.
Oh, good heavens, he's running towards someone.
How is he still standing?
I don't know, bitch.
Don't get me started. But maybe the four of us can stop him once and for all.
I love Sherry. Just like, this bitch been chasing us, we've been killing him, and he's still here. Where am I? Where is he?
Around a spare.
Thank God. What he was carrying around was beating the crap out of me.
Oh. Oh my God.
Like I said, indestructible.
Not me. Please, not me. Can he get up here? Is he stuck up there?
He is.
Okay. I'll take that.
He's trying to kill me, but the problem is he's kind of stuck.
Oh, he finally made it over. Oh God, me? Oh, please no. Please no. I'm too young. I'm Leon. I want these boxes. Leon!
Oh.
Leon! I'm just gonna ignore what is behind me. Behind me! He's behind me, isn't he? Oh my God! Excuse me! Excuse... What the fuck just happened?
I shot him twice.
He was in me and then just disappeared. We did it.
Oh yeah. Well done, me lord.
Well done, me lord. Me lord, we did it. We set China on fire more.
We're gonna head to the Lung building over in Kuchang. That's where I'm meeting with Simmons.
Sherry, listen! Until we get there, I need you to...
It's just like Raccoon City all over again.
Are they gonna be alright?
Let's just hope that Jake kid's as good as he thinks he is.
Leon's so upset about Jake. Just like, I don't know that boy, Sherry. Stay away from him.
Leon, do you read me?
Oh.
Stay away from
Bang.
No need none, Jerry.
You weren't talking after the
Exactly.
plane went down. I linked in a minute ago, but you weren't picking me up. Listen, the building Agent Birkin mentioned isn't far off. Just stick to your current route, okay?
Oh God, we gotta grind up that one bitch.
Oh God.
The fucking... I hate those ones.
Regenerator.
Yeah. He's a cocky
Sherry
bad boy.
said she
Leon
was
don't
meeting
like that?
Simmons in the
No,
Kung
he
Lung
don't.
Building. The first thing you're gonna need to do is
Chickens!
cut through the outdoor market up ahead.
Chickens! Chickens! Chicken Eddie chickens! I hate this part so much. Ah, sorry, sir. Can't save you. No, you know what? He can have him. Chicken!
Helena, stop asking these questions.
The chickens are doing quite fine.
Good.
They're doing better than the
better be.
people.
Oh, it's 10 gauge shells. Yay, more fun.
Oh,
more
he's
shotgun
dead.
in the game.
He's fucking dead. Can I search his body, please? There we go. Jesus Christ. It's fucking Jason Bourne! Till he finds out his lineage? Oh boy.
The bolts on either side.
Oh, brother.
This guy sucks! Yes! sucks. This guy uh-oh, stinky.
Oh, sticky.
Kev, I love it. Kev, have you played this game? I know you don't own it right now, but have you ever played it? Oh, hey, Blue. Wait. Nope. Yeah.
I don't think this is one of the ones that was ported over to Switch, and I'm so sad.
This one?
Because they've only ported some of them over.
I think this one? I don't know.
They've ported some of them over, but exclusively with like cloud streaming. I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
exactly know what that means in terms of this, but why is there a warning every time I go to press on it?
I fucking love that. It's just like, are you sure? It's like, yes, I fucking bought it. Of course I want to play it. I bought it. Sadly, I remember some of sharing, but nothing else. Oh yeah. Oh, Mr. Chris definitely does not like who his lineage is, and it's just like,
figure out a way to open it.
I could fucking do it. I could do it. And then he's like, okay, you're right. I won't do it. Big Ed. Big Ed. Oh. Why was it just like sleeping in the pig?
Why did it disassemble itself?
I don't know.
Guess that's why the whole street is on lockdown.
Because it's silly like that, I
Residents
guess.
try to
Why
keep
did it
out.
spit up its legs?
Well, this one is different.
Yes, Helena, this one is very different, okay? You didn't need to state that. I could see it with my own eyes.
That's a new trick.
Leon, you've seen
Leon,
this
what do you
before.
mean that's a new trick.
Yeah, anyways, I'm running.
That's out of ammo.
It's really ugly.
It's really fucking ugly. And there's like,
It's really ugly.
I'm
Like,
from
I
the
don't
other
think there's
side.
anything else I could say, but just like,
Oh, there's a first person mode. What the hell?
The more you know.
did you accidentally go into first person?
Kind of. This thing's hands pop off its body, and when its hands grab you in the face, you go into first person.
Where the fuck is this one key? Why is it all the way over there? Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck am I? I didn't know I could go back here. Is it on the fucking roof? What the fuck was that?
You're just exploring in the middle of a boss fight.
Oh, it's not a boss fight. It's a run for your life fight.
It's more of a this guy's annoying while you try to look for 3 keys.
Yeah.
Oh. Ew. Icky.
Two. One's all the way over there. I don't remember one being over there. Do you need my help at that door? I don't remember. Oh my god, oh my god.
Yes, I do. Turns out, yes, I did.
And the thing's still dead on the floor anyways.
Yeah, it shot it.
He's suffering.
It is groaning, and I do not like the sounds of it groan.
Nope. Why did you need my help with that? Like,
I have no idea.
why is it like that? Hi, Gar! It is Doc's birthday! Doc had a birthday? I know. The sentient being.
Hi, Gar.
Padlock key. One
Hey,
down, 2 to
girl.
go.
God, you're so cool.
Oh, it's a hand! I ran right past it.
Need to unlock it from the other side.
I don't like the roof. I don't like the roof. Leon, how did you miss that? I didn't even pick it up. I didn't even pick it up. Excuse me, pardon me.
Yeah.
Someone sent me a message.
Oh.
That's another key. Only one left.
Leon, it's behind you. Leon, run.
Did I need to go into a cutscene for that?
Why, yes. Of course you did. Why wouldn't this game do that otherwise? Jump across? Oh.
Elena.
So I need you to get your ass over here
Oh, I'm sorry.
while I am... Stay on the ground, sir.
Hello.
Okay. Top half down. Bottom half down. Okay, let's do this.
Move in.
Oop. Oh.
Elena.
Second
here.
bottom half.
Elena. Come on.
Hold on, there was a second bottom half.
Oh my god, the top half! The top half just jumped up! It's okay, you'll be gone.
Is there more than 2 halves?
So, the way it's supposed to be is that there's just like one thing that keeps respawning itself. The problem is, as you can see, there's multiple halves.
Get the fuck off me! Yeah, because I think there's 2 out and about right now. Get the frick away from me, you freak, and not in the good way. Open it, Leon. Don't just touch the door. Oh my god, why are you doing this so slow? Leon, get through the door.
Hold on, I'll open it.
Leon, why are you like this?
Leon, you're stressing me out. Oh, okay. Don't have to tell me twice.
Are you okay?
Gar, are you excited about the show tonight? Because I know you're going to that. I at least hope you are, because it's a really good show. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I shouldn't be wasting my ammo on you.
Okay.
I got a bomb.
Okay.
That's like me at Clint every time. Just like, you can't just send that through a mail. Don't you dare hit me. Okay, excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Did you open this one? Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, because... Stay the fuck down! Let's fucking go! We got it!
Get the hell out of here.
I could suplex something? Ew, ew, ew! Ew, ew, ew! Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Alright, hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta get rid of some things.
Who the fuck hit me? Is
Die?
Oh. Oh, I tripped over part of its body. Excuse me, pardon me. They do give us a lot of points. Oh, excuse me, other body half. Oh yeah, the other body is waiting for you. I'm just gonna go put this other key in. I don't know if it'll trigger a cutscene.
Yeah, bud, you take care.
Yes, have a good rest of your trip. I need to look at the pictures still. But I saw you posted them.
They can just stay alive. I'm coming back.
Yeah, I'll go first for this, and I'll do the...
I think no matter what, yeah, I think it's supposed to be Leon is supposed to be the one that does it.
I hate it no matter what. Because it's just whoever walks first to it.
Okay.
Oh, I hate this one so much.
It might, I was about to say, it might have been easier since I'm on controller. And there's literally nothing I can do about it.
I literally, like, you should be able to help, but nah, the game said nah. Bye-bye.
Looks all clear now.
Looks...
Does it, Elena?
Let's hurry.
Thanks, Helena.
Don't want to miss Simmons.
Thank you.
You ever seen what happens when you fail that one?
Yes. Multiple times.
Wait, what happens?
You get put in
Leon
it.
and the monster both go into the grinder.
Oh! Leon! No!
Hey, the question mark?
Ada.
Ada
Let's
question.
follow her.
Oh my god, it's my favorite scene coming up.
Leon, no, don't go into the meat grinder. You're so sexy.
You're too hot and sexy. But this is Ada? Question mark? I will, but... Because we saw Ada on the train with a red shirt. This Ada has a dress.
What's going on?
And a red scarf. She still got the red.
Come on, let's get
Okay, do we have trinkets in here?
Does that mean there's multiple Adas?
That's sexy black pants. We will see. I actually don't... What's in that door?
Or is this? Oh, this is the way to go.
Oh my god, I
Did
got...
you try the door?
Oh my god.
It's locked.
Oh my god. Oh.
We find
Well,
another way.
They like force you to focus onto that door, by the way.
They say stay focused.
We've got to make it to that elevator. Run!
Okay, you know what's happening here. We
I was
must.
not pulled in there.
We must beat him.
Oh, of course. Why?
We have to leave them in the fucking dust. I love them so
You are a
much.
lot further than me.
What do I gotta press? I didn't press anything. Because I don't remember how to slide. Mochi, this is not the time.
I'm sorry, I did not.
Fuck!
mean to shock
Fuck you too! Why? We were supposed to be us!
Gotta restart the checkpoint.
Mochi,
You got to it first.
you can't just be going back and
Time
forth.
to wait.
That was my fault.
No, it's okay. I didn't even slide for the fucking lasers. I just went straight through it. Mochi, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Mochi, what are you...
What?
You're a little silly.
She was like frozen, staring. I don't know, the camera angles are weird sometimes. They're not like the fixed, but they're weird. Okay, do you want to shoot the Roombas? Mochi? I love you dearly. I'll open the window for you.
It does not matter. I can shoot the Roombas.
Okay, I will be right back. I don't have my headphones.
Thank God she's taking a second. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, no, go pill.
You can't have coffee though. Okay, I can hear again. Mochi, move your butt. It's in the way.
Doc, when to go pee.
Okay, I'm gonna take off my headphones again. I need to fix my hair. Nicholas is stuck. Oh. See, now you can look at the window, Mochi. Mochi, no, that's coffee. You can't have it. Yeah, go that way. Look, you moved my mouse, Mochi. I don't know how you did, but somehow you did it. Ooh, points. Oh, that's not points. It was healing.
I've been watching this while cross-stitching my silly little Secret Santa gift for my friend.
I need to cross-stitch again. I should cross-stitch Resident Evil.
I'm pretty sure I can go find some patterns for Resident Evil.
You said.
What if I make Leon?
That's right. What if I'm making Leon? What if I... Mochi, you can sit there calmly. Go. Don't try to get out, okay? She woke up and she became a menace. She said, I wake up and I choose
Understandable.
chaos. Oh, the Supergirl trailer should be out today.
Uh-oh.
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 Can you
My
rejoin?
game is broke.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Can I do this?
No, I am frozen.
Oh, that's
It kicked you out of the
quite a
game.
feat.
Oh, it kicked me from the game.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Skills. Equip skills.
Oh, yeah. Skills.
Oh no.
Oh yes, Etsy. This is what I
If
look
I
for.
walk, will Helena move? Okay, so Helena is the NPC again.
Is she?
Yes, she moved. I was like, let me see if she even moves. She's dumb again, but it's okay.
Oh.
Because I don't know.
So you guys are about to lose me because my computer has completely frozen.
Oh no, well, okay, I'll continue playing and figure out stuff.
Bad.
You fix that and join us back whenever you like. Yeah.
Like it allows me to use Control-Alt-Delete. It pops up everything, but nothing works.
Oh no, yeah, research your computer.
So
I will continue on and
I'll
then hit a
be
checkpoint. Yeah, you go do that.
Yeah, we'll grab you. You take
I'll
care.
fight these two. Don't you worry. I don't know, Kev. I'm still thinking about that burrito. That Mexican food we had was good. So there's two really silly.
I looked for cross-stitch patterns and it gave me a handmade merchant cosplay instead.
Merchant. If I look through this glass, you can see him. There he is. That's our man. That's fucking Chris Redfield! My boy! And Pierce, my love. We're gonna do the same thing as Chris.
Locked.
Okay. I hope this
Engaging locks.
bot
Testing for prototypes.
is gonna shoot the Roombas.
It's the trench
It's too far to get.
It's a
It is too far.
handmade trench coat and like scarf.
We've
Ooh.
been conducting such
And that.
fascinating work here.
That's sorry, I pressed it.
Oh my god! Ada! Not Ada! Fucking Helena! That was the worst thing you've ever done to me.
Rigged with explosive charges.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'll ask her once we catch her.
Leon, Helena, come in.
Oh, I have to
trying to
buy
get the
this
lock
when I
open.
can.
If I was in this game, I
I
would
have to
simply
buy
be
Try to
this
hack
and,
it, but
and
see
you
if you
can
can
make
bypass
it.
the manual.
Exactly.
It's a cross stitch
You
pattern.
went in a
Fucking move!
Clearly I've got to save up.
Helena?
Breach detected in room 1.
Helena, that was supposed to be me. I don't trust you at all.
Breach detected in room 0.
He died.
Security breach detected in room 0. Security breach detected in room 1. You're doing well. You're halfway there. Security breach detected.
Helena, we need to beat Leon and Pierce, okay?
Security breach detected in room 1.
We just need to be better than them.
Breach detected in room 0.
Are we 1 or
Security
0?
breach detected in room 1.
Helena, go faster.
Security breach detected in room 0.
Helena,
Engaging locks in room 0.
are we 0? Leon and Pierce? Chris and Pierce over there. We're Leon and Helena.
Let's go after her.
Did we win? Oh my god, we won.
Oh my god, Reynard! Hi Reynard! Oh, I miss you.
Reynard, I love you, Reynard. I hope you've been well. I had to lock in. I was mad at Helena.
Cool.
Gotta be better because Doc was shit. No!
No,
Doc was not.
not shit.
This is a great cutscene that's coming up because I think it's really funny. I literally just have to walk a couple of steps.
Ada, stop! We have to talk!
Sorry, not in a talking mood.
What a fucking bitch. Mochi, what are you doing? I miss Guy Tails. I miss him a lot. I miss my wife Tails. I miss her a lot. Ada. Reynard literally so cool. Reynard, Scarecrow King.
She always been like this?
Scarecrow, me lord.
I won't!
Okay, cutscene coming.
Move in!
Not now! Okay!
Hey!
Get over here, Helena. Oh my god, she's so far away. Spooter is back, fuck yeah. Whatever we hit a checkpoint. Checkpoint? A checkpoint. We'll figure out how to get you back in.
There she is. Cut her off.
Hi, Mochi.
I've got her.
Oh, my sweet baby boy. I love Pierce.
These patterns really. What if I want to make school? And it's me.
I love my two men fighting.
Chris? Leon.
They don't even like look at each other until the end. Like, wait a minute, I know you.
Put your gun down, Chris.
Hungry?
She's
But I
a
don't
key
really
witness.
all
We
my
need
food
her.
snacks so
A
early in my
witness.
shift. Oh
She's the
no,
one
get
who
yourself
did all
another
No.
another
It wasn't
snacky,
her, it was
ky3len.
Simmons, the national security advisor. I lost all my
Scarecrow's
men because of her.
exactly
I
right
lost
on.
over 70,000 people, including the president, because of Simmons.
Doc, you are not shit. I will fight you.
I concur with that statement. Like, nah, you are not.
She's working for me,
Patent
umbrella.
for
You know what that
herbs.
means? Yeah,
That shit looks
I
really
do.
cool.
And you're still going to protect this woman? I am.
Leon, I really hate you for being in love with Ada.
Leon!
They're never gonna get together.
So cool.
Literally so cool. I'm poor, can't get her. No! Beg somebody else for snacks. Boobies. Sorry.
Have Chris and Leon considered?
Kissing?
Don't fight.
Oh.
Just kiss instead.
Kiss? Kissing? I wish.
Kiss. Kiss. A little smooch? A little smooch for the
More
road?
gifts so he cries. No! More crying. Oh my god. Okay, Pierce, you didn't need to shoot. That was really loud.
Why have I found a cross-stitch pattern that just says Astarion is about to have a fucking aneurysm?
What the fuck is that pattern?
The same thing here.
Both down tops.
Oh,
That's why they fight it
really?
out.
The BSAA will handle later.
Yeah, they fight it out to figure out which one tops.
Yeah.
There you go.
Chris,
Yeah, clearly.
I know you'll do the right thing.
What do we think of funny names? I could name a fake pet apparel company that
He's been
makes
in this as
collars and
long as I
leashes and
have.
harnesses. I'm not good for
I trust
names.
All right.
How does Helena not know who
Fine,
Chris
Simmons.
Redfield is?
Been brought back into the fold.
Oh shit.
Bless you.
Okay, we had that's trash mochi. Stop playing with it. Okay. We're gonna do this.
Hi, Doc.
End game session. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Because I don't think I can invite you from the game session. No. Okay, let me end a game session. Because we just hit the checkpoint with that. I'm so warm. Did you not clean out computer? Well, don't tell me what to do. Play game. Campaign. Continue.
That is my answer.
Enter. Yes. Yes. Creating game session. R. Invite. Correct. Leaders and leashes. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Towards walk it off. Walk it off is also really cute. Line drop from Leon in 9. My wife is going to be pissed. And it won't let me get away with this. I don't think that they would ever get married. I don't even think Leon and Claire would.
I don't
Leon,
think they would get
Claire?
married.
Yeah, I don't think Leon's ever going to get married because I would want him with Claire, but
I don't think Leon would get married anyway, to be
A
honest.
lot
I
of
think he'd be too jaded at that point.
yeah, a lot of these people, even though I ship them with certain people, I think the entire Resident Evil cast, besides Ethan Winters, would ever get married.
Let's follow her.
I think they're too traumatized for that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
It took us really far back.
It literally took us to a checkpoint. Oh well, guess we're doing it again.
It took us to the right before the run up.
That's crazy.
Ada!
this crazy princess.
Crazy. I was crazy once.
I was crazy once.
It woke me in a womb.
A wumba womb.
Come on, let's get some
Wumba
answers.
what?
Rat.
Well,
Wats make me
The
crazy.
words made me crazy. Crazy.
we
I
just
was
gotta. Oh shit! Yeah, we have to do this all again. That's weird. Because it said we hit a checkpoint and it saved.
We can actually beat him this time.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember how to slide.
Hell yeah.
I don't remember how to slide.
Glad you could stop in. Like what I've done with the place. Hope you enjoy your stay.
I wish I could.
I didn't slide. Fucking get it. Yeah, we beat him. Fuck you, losers. Yay.
Fucking losers.
Look, we're gonna beat Chris up twice. Can we? Is there a button to skip cutscenes?
Like these cutscenes? No.
The big ones. Ooh, boxes.
Big ones, yes. Oop.
Okay, because then we can just skip that big cutscene we just went through. And then that works.
Let's pick up a crap ton of 10 gauge again.
Gar! I miss you, Gar. Actually, give me that.
I miss my Gar's tails. I miss them a lot.
Miss him a lot. Let's see how well this goes. My eyes are pretty dry.
What is this room?
Oh, we're on the opposite side because we got hit here
Don't
first.
like the look of it.
Well, what if I miss Car and Gar?
Yeah, how can you tell me I don't miss my Gar? I do miss my car
Yeah.
all the time.
Locked.
You want me to shoot the Roombas?
Yeah, sure. It actually wasn't too bad last time because I had to shoot the Roombas because the AI, Helena, I don't know, I was honk. She just grabbed the computer. I was like, that was my job.
We've been conducting such fascinating work here. Why don't you have some fun with one of the new
Yeah, because I didn't realize you just shoot them and they bounce back. Mochi, I know you want to kiss right now, but I can't kiss you.
Smooches.
Leon, Helena, come in.
I know, I'm like, I would love to give you a
I'm trying to
smooch,
get the lock open
but I'm
for you,
locked
but the
in.
security's
Figment of your
I'll keep trying to
imagination.
hack it, but see if you can bypass
I
it
think that's a
manually.
lie.
I'll try to get past the security. You take care of our little friends.
Fuck, I missed.
Can't believe
Okay, take a breath. We can
That's
do this.
fucked up.
Just calm down and try again. Security breach detected in room 1. Security breach detected in room 0.
Fuck yeah.
Security breach detected in room 1.
Ooh.
You're doing
One
well.
almost got
You're
you.
halfway there.
Oh my god.
Security breach detected in room 1.
It sounds so bad
Security
over
breach
there.
detected in
I don't know what's
room
happening
1.
over there.
Security
You just
breach
keep hearing
detected
Chris
in room
or
0.
Pierce just scream.
Security breach
Suck it, losers.
Oh, got it.
We did it.
detected. Locks in room
They.
1.
I don't know what's happening over there, but they're fighting for their life. Pierce.
they are
Let's go after her.
not
Pierce-
having a good time.
Yeah. I don't know, Pierce. It's us, okay? We're just better than you. They were literally like dying. Okay, do you guys want to watch the cutscene again? Or do you not want to watch the cutscene again?
I mean, I don't mind.
Chat room? It is bad as hell. Yeah, she's a fucking baddie. She is the top baddie of all baddies.
Talking mood.
Chat room, what do you want?
I don't know, I can think of a better baddie.
True. Right now, though, in this... Actually, no. Leon would be a baddie.
Oh, we're talking about just this game? Then yeah, she might be top baddie.
Leon's a baddie. Leon in the crop top?
Friend likes to play hard to get. She always
Top baddie.
Okay, Kev said scam.
Okay.
So, well, since it just played out, you could... Or I could talk shit about it as it plays.
We're gonna skip it.
There she is. Cut her off.
Okay.
Or.
I've got her.
I'm like, it's not the real cutscene yet. Or.
No, here's the real guy.
Actually, don't. Oh! I don't know what the button was to cutscene. Cut.
Oh.
And yes.
I thought it was just like a multiple person approved thing. I just clicked the button.
Oh, I didn't even see a button. Nothing was popping up on my end, so I was just clicking everything.
Oh, I hit the backspace.
Okay, that makes sense. I hit escape.
Leon, Helena, come in.
Oh god, we're gonna
Sheriff's intel
go
is
right
online.
into another
Simmons should be
cutscene.
Just up ahead. Be careful.
Of course, this is Resident
Let me get
Evil
out.
6.
Oh, that's how I slide.
Did you figure it out?
I want that bomba. Yes, I did.
Oh, did I pick them up?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Do it.
I wish I could give things to you.
Oh, not picking up that boomba. Where's my pistol? How do I switch it?
It's taking me way too long to realize that whatever's on the ground, you can pick up and I can pick up. They're not the same thing.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm sitting over here going like, I'm like,
Really sure
Oh
you're
my
okay
God.
with this?
Our target is Simmons. Always has been.
I figured out my button finally.
Do you?
We'll have to worry about Ada later.
where's
Move
that
it.
right now?
We need
Engaged
to focus
shotgun.
on Simmons.
All right. Let's
I
go.
don't
get
think this is
son
the
of a
cutscene.
bitch.
Not yet. Yeah, Helena. That son of a bitch. You need an escalate button? Escalate!
Is this the driving segment? Or is that Chris?
I hope not. No, Chris has a driving segment. Is it Chris? I'm pretty sure it's Chris. Chris has one, and Jake and Sherry, because they have the bike one. We get the train, which I think we're about to do the train boss fight.
Oh, I hate the train fight.
I love how unrealistic that last shot is. I won't say it so that Kai can experience it. Simmons looks greasy, disgusting, and gross. Sherry!
No, wait!
And Jake.
Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these two into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist
I know his
attack.
voice.
Is it true?
What? Are they running down the street screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Answer me!
Oh.
It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
Can't see how killing the president is good for the country.
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon.
The
to
president's
thank.
dead?
President's
Damn you,
dead?
Simmons.
Dispose of them.
Oh yeah, Chris Redfield in this game is Sonic.
Hold your fire. Those two are still of use to us.
You need to be more careful. So what's the plan here? Huh?
Simmons is David Lounge.
You think you can make it
Lodge?
to that door?
Lodge. Lounge?
Why
Lodge.
don't we just waste him? Because I need
He's
you to take care of
Jiraiya.
Sherry.
Can we wrap this up?
And
I do
Renee.
have better things to do.
Does your
What are
mom?
you two gonna do?
Finish Simmons.
You're finishing him?
There's information on here that could stop the
It was
C
in
virus.
Diablo.
Simmons
Oh yeah,
wants
we're
it.
on the C virus. That's what virus we're
Thanks.
on.
I'll put a call into FOS.
We've
Yeah,
reached
it's
the letter
cocoon
C.
virus.
That makes sense. See, they already used G, but it also should be the G virus, because, you know, gas. They got the gas one, they got the cocoon one, but no.
The gas is just the way it's transported.
Oh, Jiraiya. That's fair.
She got me.
Yeah, she did. Suck it, loser.
Blade.
My window is right open. I haven't heard Jiraiya's voice in so long. I say, suck it, nerd. Miyachu, get gifted. Woo! And somehow, we make the best decision ever and jump on the train as well. Our poor knees.
Who
This
needs
fight.
knees?
Exactly, who needs it?
My knees hurt watching that.
Yeah. That's
This
like the
is-
worst.
Sure, a cutscene, huh?
Yeah.
Get back here!
My big question is, why?
We can't let him
Just
escape!
why?
You know, I don't know.
We won't.
Why
We're
what?
ending this now.
Just why?
They said, yeah. In the bad way, they said yes to everything. Unlike
We're coming for you, Simmons.
Alan.
Time to pay for everything you've done.
Trinkets, I don't have enough space. Oh no, I'd want the red.
Damn it.
I know. Do I throw away
I don't
ammo?
have a green.
I do have a green. Fuck. Anyways, I want to say Wake Allen. In Allen.
Alan Wake.
And waking up the Alan. They said, yeah, fuck it, why don't we do that? But did good. And made a whole musical. But in this, they said, yeah, fuck it, let's just add another one. I'm like, no, please.
I'm sorry. There's a musical in the Alan Wake games.
Yes, and the second one.
Don't worry.
Alan Wake the musical.
I need to play this game.
Dude, it's so fucking good because it catches you off guard. And my brother had described it, and I was like, oh, okay, you shouldn't have spoiled it. Didn't spoil anything because it still shocked me just as much. Because I didn't think it would go to the extent that it did. So it was so great.
What woman?
What
That
woman?
traitor, Ada Wong.
Ada.
Who knows what she's got in store?
Another team was sent after her. You, Simmons? You're all ours.
You're at ours, Simmons.
Is that it? You fool. Had he disclosed the truth behind Raccoon City, the U.S. would have lost all its authority, and the global political order would have collapsed.
So to avoid one possible disaster, you create another, no matter how many people die?
He had to be stopped!
Yeah, I mean.
My country and this world. It's a complete chaos. Ah. That woman. How dare she do this to me?
Mochi, don't hit that. Just you wait. He's about to turn into a transformer.
Why is he like that? Just why?
What a great transformer. Oh!
Careful, stay back. We're too close.
We're too close.
Where are we going?
Yeah. We both turned.
Some distance when we have the chance.
We both turned to run, and it's like, oh.
Damn you both!
Oh, bye, Mochi.
Kill you with my bare hands!
Your bare hands?
You're no longer a cat person. You're kind of a cat.
Hands?
Yeah, he said bare hands. Oh.
I have. I don't know. Cat. Okay. Cool.
Oh, I got that red herb.
Ow! Ow! I need to run.
Okay, he went out the window.
That's good. He should just heal over and
Oh, there's ammo over here. He really should. Okay, where's he gonna peek out from? Oh.
Too fast. We need to attack.
Oh no, that was. Fuck you.
Leon, give me a hand. I think I can get up top.
Give me a hand. You're beating the shit out of him. Okay, let's go
I
up.
clicked the wrong button.
Oh, should we go up? Oh no.
I don't. Nope.
I agree with that statement now. Okay, he's going up. Oh, he's gonna pop through one of those. Oh my god. He bears bears. He bears bears.
Ew.
Bear.
I love that.
I love bears. Should we go up? I think we go up. Let's go up. Let's go meet him up in his playground. Oh, I hit the wall.
Move it!
Goodbye.
Elena, give me a hand.
I can help you out.
He's like, wait a minute, don't leave me, wait. Oh yeah, don't we have to dodge the ceiling? Oh.
I shot him one time.
Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I want to stab him.
Elena,
Okay.
you all right?
Can I stab him?
Did we kill him?
You better.
No.
This is Resident Evil. Do you think we
Oh.
You all right?
And it's the let me go hit him, and it's like, no, we're gonna go in a cutscene really quick. Oh god, he's gonna become the machine gun. He's coming. Yeah.
Why is he becoming the machine?
Oh my god.
I'm trying.
My camera angle is tilted.
What happened? He disappeared.
I hate this game so much. It's so good. Oh my god. Oh god. It's happening. Oh my god, can I shoot? He's fucking shooting his bones at us.
Surely he needs them.
I don't know how to crouch behind things, so I'm just gonna stand here. Oh.
Is he shit talking my girl?
Oh my god. Simmons, stop. Oh, he's just aiming at you.
Why is he just so shit talking you guys? That's weird.
He's got nothing better to do.
Yeah. Oh,
there's an herb here.
Necessary.
Oh, hey. Oh my god, his fucking face.
Was he up close on his face necessary?
Oh, I almost missed that. He could have grabbed. Oh my god, the scene's coming up.
Still has a face.
Hey, helicopter, just don't look at what's happening. That poor train.
That was unnecessary.
That so was.
I died so many times on this part.
Oh my god. Can I?
Oh shit, I was out of ammo.
Oh. Okay, Kai, this is the best cutscene ever.
Okay. I'm shutting my mouth.
It should be this one. I hate his goopy body.
What would happen if
The world will be a better place.
I fucking love that, because there ain't no way. Guess you look like that, my dude. Wahoo! Yes, like that cutscene. There ain't no way.
The fuck was
There
that?
ain't no way that Leon could somehow shoot that out of the way and Helena just completely stand still, unfazed.
So we're all going to assume that Helena is dead.
Yeah.
We're escorting civilians.
Also,
I think they all should be dead like 10
Slash.
times over by now.
Yeah, yeah.
Did we finish it?
I don't know, bro. Did you?
I don't know,
Yes.
but we did what we could. Let's go.
my jingle jangle is irritating me with that cutscene.
You stay in the line.
I completely accept that.
Oh.
So, because they put so much
How
detail in her gun, you could see what's known as rifling in the barrel, the twists inside, and then when she pulled the trigger, the bullet twists the other way.
I can't even be mad of like a jingle for that either, because it's like just in general, it's like that's
Who's noticing this? Who's going to notice this? No one. Me.
Oh, look at these lovely people who are trying to evacuate. Nothing bad would ever happen here, right? They're also evacuating very slowly, which is fair. Calm, collective. That's good. But also, Habzawi, I would be running.
Yeah. It's over.
My ass would be gone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I ain't waiting for nobody.
Leon, we have a situation.
Leon, we have a second situation.
I'd be sprinting out of there.
Yeah.
Miles from you.
Because now you're about to see why I say I'm fucking...
Would have to hold me back.
The fucking files. Why did you... They just came out of the water. He just uploaded the sim disc that he had. That thing should be dead.
Hunnigan, could you check and see if the BSAA
They
has
should
any
also be
units near the oil
so
field?
wet. His ass looks bone dry.
Yeah, take off the clothes, Leon.
Yeah.
Why does she have
Leon,
jiggle
take
physics?
Honestly, I ain't got no clue.
She took a step and jiggled.
I love this phone call from Chris.
Leon, where are you? Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
Why does she have... That's not even... Like... They shouldn't even...
There shouldn't be for that.
Should not have jiggle physics from taking one
I want
step.
to drop lemons in my eyes. How's your day?
Hi, Haunted.
Fucking lunging.
Hi, Haunted.
Hope you're well. Also, by this Boomba going off as well, they also should be dead again. But at this point, they've inhaled this gas so much that, yeah, you know, it's fine.
Well,
There's a rule.
it's this weird thing where it's like they're playing up on the fact that Leon
3
is...
and 6 Haunted.
and all of his partners have this weird immunity, but when you stand in this gas for too long, you do die.
Yeah. Leon! They're immune. There is some talk about it. About certain ones. Because some of them have been infected and then have been cured. Not as much as Sherry. Sherry got really fucked up.
See, the ones that have been infected and then cured make sense to have some immunity. But the ones that are just kind of raw dogging it out here, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Thank you, Haunted.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick, so I'm not gonna hit anything here. But we did it!
then
We
I
have
will.
one chapter left. Okay, I'm taking off my
Don't
headphones. I'll give you Nessie. Leon story and pro.
Yeah, me.
God damn. Also, Slash, do you want me to call you Negan Slash? I don't know what. Well, you fucking go to with the sauce. Okay, I'll be back.
This gives me time now to continue working on Billy's Secret Santa gift I've been working on.
Here's the thing, Kev. I'm shit at video games.
No. Nuh-uh. Not true. Nuh-uh. You're not shit. That's mean. Don't be mean to yourself.
I got an award for killing an animal.
Hey Doc, can I send you a photo of a polar bear? The best photo.
I don't think you need to ask
give
me
me a
if you want to
second.
send me photos. I opened up my text messages like you have my cell phone number.
I mean maybe. I don't, but maybe.
It looks like the bear's got an angel on his head.
I thought you
Got
would
some
appreciate the
rigatoni.
bear.
Kev, I don't think Kingdom Hearts, which I think is a turn-based game, is going to help me with a shooter game. I'm sorry.
Kingdom Hearts isn't turn-based.
I've
It's
never played.
it's like Final Fantasy. The same
I haven't played
combat.
Final Fantasy either. Well, that's not true. I played Final
It's like
Fantasy
that weird
VII.
in-between of turn-based. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same. From what I've seen, it's pretty much the same combat as the remake of 7.
Yes, I did in fact just admit not playing it in front of you. He's got places to go, Kai.
Have a thought. He do got places to go. He got places to be.
He's got places to go, places to be.
I'm sorry, I just have so many dumb barefoot. I really want to get Finn drawn with this specific bear photo that is sending to you. There you go. I really want Finn drawn with that.
That bear's trying to sneak into a anteater colony.
Yeah. Hi, Mochi.
Are you trying to talk to them? Mochi's been sitting here with you guys.
Yeah, Mochi's trying to yap to us.
Wanted to talk to them? Okay, don't shrimp. We don't like shrimpers here. No shrimps.
Mochi, sit up straight.
Yeah, she like bent over. I'm like, girly.
How dare you, Mochi?
Hey, come here. Turn around. Turn around.
Sarah, I'm sending you a photo of a bear. It's one of the few that I've sent Doc today.
One of the many few bears of the bears that may ever bear be.
Oh. I got something to send to you, Kai.
Ooh.
It's not bear related.
Yeah, but it's Toxic Yuri, so it's okay. That's so cute. Oh my god.
Mochi, you can't hit the thing.
That's really cute.
It hurts their ears. Oh my, okay, lay down on my arm. Lay down. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Damn, you know what? Instead of getting breakfast, instead of getting breakfast this morning, I should have packed up those boxes for you guys.
Oh, that's so real. It's your birthday though, that's important.
Oh, you gotta eat.
I fucking love that bear.
Yeah, you gotta eat. And it's your birthday. You're a little guy and it's your birthday.
I have enough money! Munty, munty, munty!
So do I. What am I gonna buy?
Oh my god, munty!
Oh my god, there's infinite ammo?
Yeah. Oh my god, okay, let me make my life easier.
I need to get like another 10,000. I need to get another 12,000. I get infinite magnum ammo.
I can get infinite handgun ammo.
I can do that too.
Magnum is probably better, but I use the handgun a lot.
I don't use the magnum enough because I don't have a lot of ammo.
That's real. Purchase skill. Why, yes, now I'm broke.
I'm thinking about buying, what is it, Defense 3?
Ooh, that's a good choice. That's what I have.
I got Firearms 3, Defense 3, and Quick Reload.
I have Defense 3.
Sorry, Defense 2.
I have a Lock On 2. And then Critical Hit 3. Those are my main ones that I have. What can I put for this?
Why would I want that?
Chair. There it is, Mochi. I found it.
Why wouldn't you want that?
It's called keeps your partner from helping you when you're in trouble.
I don't know.
Oh. Why would you want that?
That one I don't know. Mochi, you good? Come here.
I'm gonna just save my monies.
Money.
Hi.
Nah.
Hello.
There we go. How to
I'm
press this.
sorry. You were. I was about to say, if you were waiting on me, I'm so sorry.
No, it don't matter. You're purchasing things. You're shopping. Oh my god.
Leon! Leon! Are you alright?
Yeah.
You know what would have made this game better?
What?
Real bad.
If instead of it being all Leon campaign, and then you go all Chris campaign, and then going all Ada campaign, and then all Jake campaign, it would have been better if it would jump back and forth between the campaigns.
Oh my god, Mochi.
I need you to
That would have been interesting.
underwater oil
I
field.
don't know why it
Agent
doesn't
Sherry
do
Birkin,
that, because like
Jake Mueller.
Because there's a lot of info in Leon, because Leon basically is a continuous story. But with Chris and Sherry, like those two ones, Miss Mochi, you can't press buttons. It jumps to the
yes, she can.
past
She's a
and to
little
the future.
Good.
I know, she's
Thanks.
trying to hit them with her little
Pass,
toes.
press, and it keeps jumping back and forth.
Yeah. But then there's stuff about that you learn that it's like, you heard it here first, Ada Wong is dead.
Copy.
Well,
Sherry and Jake need
it didn't happen on screen,
Don't let
so
him
she
down.
didn't actually
Well,
die.
it happens on screen for their story.
I was about to say, it happens on screen in Chris's and Pierce's story.
We just haven't done that yet.
Get the hell
Okay,
outta here.
okay.
We just haven't seen
I had
that.
to make sure.
I want you to know it's Blue Dress Ada that has died on screen.
Hey! What the hell are you
Okay,
guys doing
okay.
over there? We need to evacuate. Come on!
Blue dress Ada and not Pierce sex appeal of Ada.
Yeah.
Search for surviving
Cutscene.
evacuees.
Watch 2 inches. Why not just do this all in
Wanna
one?
help?
You didn't show anything there.
What is that? Let me move, please. I'm in pain.
All right, come on.
Excuse me, bitches. Excuse me, bitches.
Let's go
Don't go near the
swimming.
gas. Don't worry, I won't. Elena. Over here.
I'm coming.
He's so calm. Just Elena. Over here.
Over here!
Excuse me, pardon me. There's a lot of goodies on this, and I need to collect. Oh, I was first.
What's it like out there?
What's it like?
out there? Do you see
I don't
what's
think
like
that's the
out there?
habit.
Yeah, what the fuck that's supposed to mean, bro?
On the evacuees. Got a vehicle out back if you want to
My first time playing through this area, I died because I got greedy.
No, same. I've died because of that too. Oh, it's happening.
Because of that.
Yep. You know, fine. I'll go upstairs.
Just casually walking past the zombie.
I don't think I... No, because I don't know how the infinite thing works. Either way, we're here. It don't matter. Oh my god, calm down, sir. We gotta go. Where,
Voice
Leon?
actor put his everything into that.
Yeah, he said this is my one line. I'm gonna give it my everything. Actually, he gave his everything into that.
Yeah.
That was a good one. The voice crack in it, everything. I want to save that man.
What the fuck?
Oh, he's like, what the fuck's in front of me? It was you.
Yeah, it was
I just couldn't tell for a second.
oh.
Oh, is there a zombie on the floor?
There was one attacking me.
Oh. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That sounds pretty rude. How can it do that?
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. He's like, fucking leave me, go!
I'm sorry.
It's that man scream.
Oh, here's the driving section.
Don't look back! Just go!
He did a good job, but that man dying on the radio.
If I don't hear a grenade
All right.
go off, you
Hang on.
failed.
True. I'm in the front seat.
Wait, are these American Humvees?
Where did all the ash come from?
Probably from the
Yes. I don't know how to. Well, it's probably the. Is it? Yeah, it's the Basaw. So yeah, it is.
Okay.
I had to look. I looked at his armor. I was like, what's he got on there? He's got the Basaw.
Fall back. That's an order.
That's a zombie.
We can't risk any
Also,
more men in there.
why would the Basaw equipped with gas masks?
I don't know. Especially since it already had happened at the... I mean, I don't know if they knew about the one at the... Oh, sorry, zombie. At the college. But they should.
He stopped at the stop sign.
But they've been dealing with this for a while.
I got it!
So you got to obey traffic safety laws. Even when the world is ending.
Obey traffic safety laws. Immediately runs over zombies.
He stopped for a stop sign, though, to turn. Did he turn his blinker on?
Oh.
True. Damn.
That's the smart idea, buddy, is just shut it off.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Shelby, you can't come in here, sorry.
Turn the windshield wiper blades on.
Oh, he's gone. Excuse us, pardon us, coming through.
Oh. I'm not looking through Elena's eyes.
Are you looking through mine?
No.
Through the driver's?
Nope.
Whose fucking eyes?
This is as far as I can get you.
Some random person, because I turned my camera to the right, and there was Elena.
There was a person sitting in the middle of the seat, which kind of looked like a ghost, and that was kind of creepy.
That was
me. All right.
That's... But there's nobody back there. Why does it put you in that
Echo team, come in. Is anyone there?
Why? Oh no, that's what I saw.
Completely unnecessary.
Oh,
Leon.
Sorry, wrong side. No, all the way forward, all the way forward. She can lift him? Damn.
She been hitting the gym.
Stupid. Mochi, stupid.
It's so weird to look down at my phone where a stream is playing, only to not see any sound from it.
He. Well, they're alive. Look at your little toesies. Yeah.
Do these two have to deal with the chainsaw?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either, but I don't remember.
Because we don't even go underground. We just go to the building after this. We're almost done with Leon and Helena.
Is this chapter 6? Or 5?
This is 5. Hold on, Mochi, I need my phone.
One more chapter.
I got you.
Yeah, I need my phone, Mochi. Oh, fuck. And look who's here! Ada! It's my wow! It's...
Ada!
Whoa!
This
Stay
is
back.
so fun as Ada.
Yes. Bye, Ada. I love you. Oh my god. Points on the floor for me. Fuck you. Oh my god.
What?
Okay, there's quite a lot. The zombie just came running out of the fire.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Oh.
Yeah, okay, can you please stop kicking me in the face?
Leon, do you hear me? Are you all right?
Leon butt.
I'll live. But I've got a feeling things are about to get worse.
Helena butt.
Yeah. Also, there's only 5 chapters for Leon and Helena.
Is there really?
Yeah. I just double checked because I'm like, I don't remember how many chapters for each.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, so we're almost done with them. Hello, Basaw member. You're dead.
Take his rifle.
Honestly? Take his ammo, everything. Oh, sorry, I didn't move.
Kick his ass. Get his ass.
Yeah, fuck you. For funsies. Yeah! 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 Fuck you!
Like a chicken strips.
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh,
Yeah.
Disregard.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, I'm blocking play.
Oh, it's okay. I
Nearly
then...
at the end of this one. Are we gonna do another story for 6, or are we gonna go into 7?
I don't have 7 downloaded, but that is a choice because 7 and Village won't be too hard to beat. I'm gonna probably try to speedrun it in a sense of like Village I could beat very easily. It's just very long. I don't know why I did that. But it's kind of up to you. If we play another one, oh my god. Sorry, there was just a couple of zombies here. Oh my god. Is coffee hydration? Who did that? Fuck, it's you. You'll say no.
It's me.
It's a me.
I'll say, have you had some water today?
I have, but not enough.
Does gamer subs
Well,
count
you've
as
had
water?
at least one. I assume 1 glass of. Then I say coffee counts.
I
You
drank
have the whole
water.
day.
I did good. I drank water.
Yummy.
You saw the explosion.
Yeah.
Can we make it to the tower this way?
Oh, hey, plane.
Yes, just keep moving in that direction.
I almost think it would be important to play Chris and Pierce, just because there is a whole half of this story you ain't even getting.
No.
Okay, so I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Because there's a whole underground lab that is like this end game, but it's for them. Oh. Oh, there's ammo. Oh, that's zombies. Oh, thank you.
That's a fantastic barricade if it can just be broken like that.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Zombie. Ew, somebody's toes. Okay, so it's time to go.
Shoot his toes.
It's time to fucking run. Which letter do I need to hold?
I don't know. 2 random letters on the keyboard as far away from each other as
No, I should probably be sprinting.
Oh god. My little Basal members. Okay. Excuse me,
They
sir.
haven't got a name, then they're not important. They have to figure out a lot.
Oh, that man's dead.
That was Greg.
Oh, that's me.
No!
Bye, zombie. Bye. That zombie felt really slow.
We really are going to talk about the fact that the Bazaar member that's like, get in, is just gone.
He's fucking imploded. Like, there was no rescuing him.
And Bazaar members are like lemmings. They just die.
Yeah.
They're the hamsters of the world.
I don't know why people sign up to be a Basal member. Look at what happens.
Unless your last name is Redfield, that being a Bazaar member is bad.
Don't be on Redfield's team at all.
Unless your last name is Redfield.
True.
Don't be on his team.
Yep. Did not have to get out of... That man did not need to get out of the helicopter. Helena, look at his face.
Already looking like a zombie.
Yeah.
Stayed at home. Then they would have been fine.
Yeah.
But,
Sorry, I missed the first one. I was just spamming it. Bye.
oh, I didn't realize that you were shooting at him.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Almost had it.
A train. Yeah, we should not be, Every time we hit something, the scene kind of freezes for a second, and it's kind of funny. Wahoo!
You know what? From this point on,
Every time you
Leon,
hit something, I think you're going to die.
the only thing Leon is allowed to drive from here on out is jet skis.
I don't think he's allowed to drive anything. It's like me. Oh.
No, I think you should be allowed to drive a jet ski.
He's never crashed the jet ski.
True.
He should be half naked in the jet ski.
He should just be.
He should have
naked in the jet ski.
Yeah.
Oh, space R.
No. No. Just in case.
We're like. There is a blue emblem here. Yeah, there is. Oh, box.
Oh, that box is destroyed by you.
Eat the box.
Oh no, a trinket.
Trinket.
Stupid 10 gauge.
See, I could not with this game. I like collecting trinkets too much.
No, we have no box to like save it in.
Yeah.
How did I get so much Magnum ammo?
I honestly don't know. I don't know where the. Oh, it's a fucking red arm.
I'll pick it up.
Oh, I have too much stuff in my pocket, in my chiclets.
You think with all the pockets he has on his body, he would carry something to make more pockets.
He's just a little stupid. He could fit these chiclets in his pockets. Make a chiclet pocket, sir. Something doesn't feel right. Well, yeah, look at this place. It's set up for a boss fight, girly.
It is really set up for a boss fight.
Yeah, like it's so clear.
What's with all these things that look like they can explode?
Oh my god, it's the dinosaur.
Dinosaur?
It's the dinosaur. Just you wait. It's my favorite Transformer. Because nothing fucking dies down here. Oh, Mochi, I need the mouse. I need it. Okay, sure. I don't need it. My wife. Mama.
What you did. Ada!
Ada.
Disobeyed me.
Oh.
You took Wesker's son away! Use that bastard's blood to make the virus stronger.
So you deserve that. He sounded like a lightsaber turning on for a second.
On the other side. 'Cause no one's gonna miss you here.
I hate Leon's one-liners.
Cliche.
Oh, good lord. Oh my god, Mochi, did you get scared by him? What happened? Yeah, he's a fucking dinosaur.
He's huge. Oh, that's what she said.
Why is he a fucking dinosaur?
Oh, who's he after?
Why is he so loud?
What happened to? Oh yeah, he Damn.
I'm flying out of him.
I want to hit him. I want it.
Okay.
I want it. At least once. Yippee! Oh damn. He's beating the shit out of him. That's what I watched you do earlier to him. Okay. Anyways, I'm out of here.
Please tell me you can just deck him. Like purple.
That one bullet in the slot. Oh.
It's Tim.
Yeah.
I'm sorry giving them random names.
Nothing bad could ever happen to Tim.
Tim's completely safe.
Yeah, just like like Mike, the helicopter driver.
Oh, Mike the helicopter pilot.
Yeah.
Going as fast as I can.
Well, go faster.
Yeah, go faster in a circle. This is NASCAR, okay? Make a left and another left, sir. Ew, don't bite that, sir.
Yeet.
Here he comes. Get ready.
Oh, I thought he chomped you.
I did too.
Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. I like the elf in him.
is it with Reset from Evil? I'm putting eyeballs in weird.
Oh.
Oh, Tim's dead.
I was gonna say, like, he could have lived through that, and yeah, no, he can't live through that.
Hospital visit, morgue.
Yep. Oh, what gives that away, sir? We can take him, girly.
That didn't work for me. I don't know why he.
Fucking punch him! Take him out. Oh, he's okay. Yeah. Fuck him up, Helena. Is there any herbs around here? Ooh, points. Actually, I do want that now. Oh, good heavens, that's me. Oh. Ouchie. I'm under him. What's he doing?
Getting lit up.
Is he down again?
Yes,
Are we just really that strong? Come on, dude, get down.
Hell yeah, you are.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Fully beat down time. I guess we do have a lot of upgraded stuff anyways. Are you dead? Can you die, sir?
Oh, ow.
Ow.
Oh, turn up playing space.
Fuck yeah. Space Marines.
Yeah.
Oh, did you just see
down again?
Did you just see Ada fly into him?
Yes, I did.
It's your turn. Beat the shit out of him. He needs to fall down. God damn it. Yeah! Beat the shit out of him.
Jump him.
Fucking jump him. Oh. What if I just like set him on fire while he's changing? Ow, my ears. I know what the answer is, but like, sir, just stay dead. I don't know. Like, Carmine. Carmine. Ada. Hi, Ada. She's just floating. She's literally just ascending.
You're not ascending to godhood.
The elevator still works. What's wrong?
It's nothing. Let's go.
Okay, where's the loading screen? That was a long loading screen. It's just like, well,
long loading screen.
Just, okay. You know, I was just watching like some of my scary videos, and one of them was during a like flood, and the people in their apartment was like, let's go to the ground floor and go see it, and they used the elevator, and then they almost died.
Why?
Because it flooded. Yeah, it's the same case of this. We should not be using an elevator while everything's exploding.
It states on every elevator, every wall next to the elevator, do not use in case of fire. The entire city's on fire.
Yeah.
Leon, why are you using that?
I'm like, that story had purpose, because why the fuck are they in an elevator? I know it's a lot of stairs that they would have had to go up, but like...
Wouldn't recommend looking
Oh,
down.
I won't. Sorry, I hit your butt.
Wasn't planning to.
I don't know why she climbs over him like that. Oh, I wonder what's happening over there. Oh, look at that umbrella symbol up there.
That doesn't happen again.
Down there. Up there? Down there.
Simmons!
Oh, great.
Still alive.
He doesn't fucking die. Well, who's he fired?
Not moving.
My wife. He's fighting my wife. Oh.
Guess it's not over between those two.
She's so hot.
Badass backflip.
Yeah. She's so nonchalant about everything. I would have missed that shot, girly. So that's pretty fucking cool of you. Kai, prepare for drama.
Hurry!
We got some dramas coming up. Look at that zombie up there.
Okay. That's enough climbing.
You're going down, Simmons.
Oh, oh. They're above us. He's about to fall. Oh. I mean, I guess I meant to do that, but didn't mean to be so aggressive about that. Oh, that's the wrong button.
I'm sorry, I could have helped you, but I was watching Ada beat the shit out of him.
Oh no, that's fine. I accidentally suplexed the zombie and knocked the other one down. Mochi, don't do it. Ada, kick his ass. Kick his ass. Yeah, kick his ass. Fuck him up. Don't touch my wife over there. There's about to be some zombies falling on us.
Well, can they not do that?
I too was just watching Ada that time.
That's fine. I watched her the first time.
We're taking turns watching the TV. Oh. We're going downtown. Meow, 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 meow.
Come on, Leon.
My favorite rocket ship.
Watch out!
Leon? Leon, you are... This is not the time to be sassy with women. But also, Helena...
Leon, this is the best angle to be...
I think Helena is living the dream of every woman. She gets to climb Leon like a Spider-Man.
Oh god, oh god. I missed it. I didn't press R? Oh, oh, hey, that was a quick time event right as I landed. And it expected me to hit it, but it just... Making my way downtown, climbing fast. No faces are passing. And I'm homebound. Oh my god, how long is this ladder?
You're climbing that so inefficiently.
Look at his little leggies.
Why is he dangling his legs using all upper body strength?
I know, he's strong as hell. Oh my god, that took so long. Am I gonna... Okay, I was like, please don't tell me all that work I did. Ada!
Ada! Ada! Elena, cover me.
That's... Leon, you had no momentum to make that jump. Okay, Kai, prepare for drama. Am I already by Ada? The fuck?
I am staring with my big special eyes.
Oh my god, she left me so much loot here.
Why are you giving me shotgun ammo? I'm too far away from the shotgun.
It said, maybe a pellet or two will hit. Ada, could you like wake up so I can stop shooting him?
Really, Ada. I know you can pull through this.
If you're really Ada. Ada, he just turns into a transformer. And in this case, he should be dead again.
I don't think I'm doing anything here, but I'm still shooting him.
Same, I was shooting him too. She just decided to take a little bit of a nap in the middle of that.
Simmons doesn't nothing worthwhile.
Oh my god, he did this. Ow, Ada. Why didn't you stop him?
Ada, go.
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
Ate you? Ada. Kick his ass. Oh my god, he turned into a man. He turned into two?
Oh, hello.
He got so close to me, he turned into a man just to grab me. Okay, why are you... Whoa! Ada, he showed me ass. I don't know what to shoot on him. I don't know what does more damage.
I think it's the dangly bits at the very top.
Okay. Can you... Is he okay? Okay.
Probably not.
Oh, hey, zombies.
It's Resident Evil. Since when are they okay?
You're so right. Bam, 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 bam. Oh my god.
Is this supposed to be a way for me to be able to get down there, or am I just supposed to shoot at him from up
You're
here?
you're just stuck up there. Oh, gee. Oh, he did it again. Sir, I was eating my chiclets. Ah, he did it again! Stop grabbing me. That's so rude. Ada, do something. Oh. I guess you did it. Leon was fucking dying. Ada did nothing.
I shot him with a magnum.
Oh my god, I forgot I had mine. It's okay, we can use it again.
Oh.
Ada, do it.
Get what you want.
Damn it.
Yeah, Ada.
Let's call this closure.
Wahoo!
You really should have moved on. Son.
Do you see it? Did it pop up for your guys' screen?
What happened on your end?
There was 2 Simmons.
Oh. How rather interesting.
Oh.
There was Man Simmons,
That's
and then there
not-
was
Oh.
B Simmons, and B Simmons was just running in the air.
Just a little. Oh my god, the drama of Ada looking at Leon from the distance. Leon, she's just some chick. Her stupid fucking triangle.
Wish I could stay longer, but I've got to run. I've left you a little parting gift on the roof. See you down the road, Leon.
Literally the tension, Coco. I never want them to end up together because I think it's too toxic, but like the tension.
Go after her.
Those pants are the best part of Ada's campaign.
We're sticking together.
Also, Helena is the worst influence. Helena, you're still stuck in this city, and she's like, fucking go get her!
Helena, you're still wanted for war crimes.
Yeah. Helena, you only have contact with Hunnigan because of me. I'm not leaving you.
You're still technically classified as dead according to the U.S. government.
True.
Why that zombie in particular?
Beef with that one particular zombie.
Little bird. To it.
Can they shoot the zombies already? No, I forgot. They can't because they just let the boss feed off of it. Oh yes, my Transformer zombies.
They really do shift like Transformers, don't they?
Yeah. They literally like break up into parts and then turn and then conjoin. Hey, Simmons.
He just doesn't.
Yeah, I
quit,
really
does
don't like the fact that they just like break apart like that. Like why?
Yeah. It's only in this one. Oh my god! Oh!
It's better
Ow,
than
my
when they die in
toesies.
spite and just turn into goo.
Yeah. Weird zombies.
Now, go!
Leon, there was boxes there though.
He annoyed me and I forgot I had a Magnum out.
Ooh, boxes.
That's what we thought last time.
Why do you keep picking up this ammo?
Okay. I'll just pick up any ammo. I think I have to physically equip my infinite ammo, which is fine. I'm so late in this that it doesn't matter. But I like my other abilities. I don't want to give it up.
That's fair, they are pretty good abilities.
They are. I have like all of them purchased though too. I'm like, why can't I just have them all on, please? Pretty please.
I'm surprised that you can't have more. What is it, 3?
Yeah.
Only 3.
I'm surprised.
Because they are bitches and they hate us. Is there boxes?
Yeah, there's boxes.
Don't have to tell me twice. I fucking exited that. Sorry, the tune hit the Incredibles tune for 1 second. And it tickled my brain.
It's a little worrying that they keep giving me Magnum ammo.
Up you go.
They said, do you have the Magno ammo? Am I okay? Hello, Nikki. Welcome. Look, it's our favorite game.
Nikki! I love you!
Oh, hi, Nikki.
Oh,
I'm all
Nikki!
right. Just get me out of here.
Come on!
Oh, I have
Got
the
it.
poop on my thing. Leon, look behind you. Okay. Oh yeah, he turns into a fly. I don't know why. That rhymed. I hate it.
I don't know why he swallowed the fly.
I need to learn to rhyme better. I need to learn words. He's throwing poop at me! He's throwing poop!
Sorry, I'm working on it.
I was just spinning in a circle. I'm like, poop! Poop incoming! Stop it, sir.
God dang it.
Oh no, he's throwing poop! Okay.
Why is he throwing shit at you?
I don't know. He's a shitter. Okay, well that's a little close.
The shitter.
What's going on?
I'll take care of it!
Hey, stop looking at me with your beady little eyes. Don't throw shit at me. Oh. Okay.
I'm being surrounded.
Fuck you. Get a magnum round. Can I aim at you?
Not peek around that.
Oh, good heavens!
I'm not good at QTEs.
He's just like chucking those things. Sucker loser.
He just disappears.
Oh my god. Oh, bye, sir. You're falling, but you do have wings. So it's, yeah, you know, I guess. Oh, free trinkets all for me, all around here. Yippee, yippee, yippee.
Helena!
Oh my god, Leon.
God,
I clicked it
okay,
once.
that was impressive.
I clicked it once, damn.
Helena!
Helena! We're not dying yet, Leon.
This is bad. We gotta get to the helicopter.
Well, yeah, but, you know, calm down.
Thanks for reminding us exactly what we needed to do, Leon.
Yeah. He's keeping us on track. Okay, you ready? Ow.
Yep.
Oh, the gun was stuck with his hands up in the air for a second.
Boss fight.
Transformers! He burnt his clothes off. But only that one. Ew, I forgot how gross he looks.
All right, we need to ground this asshole.
Yeah, Leon
Long as
just...
he's airborne, we're not going anywhere in that chopper.
I'll be damned if I'm gonna let him stop us.
I'm not trying to hit him in the head, bro.
Have you considered grab his dick and twist it?
Take this lovely zombie right here. Fresh for the picking. Not you, stupid zombie. Take the zombie. Take the bait.
Kill him.
Kill. Yay, he took the bait finally. I don't know why he didn't take that one first.
Yippee!
I wonder what will happen. Because of course there's a storm as this is all happening. What happened?
That was some bullcrap.
A lightning rod.
What did it do?
If he had broke that, he'd be in for a shot.
It decided that what it needs to do is keep the game running in the background while that cutscene was going.
So you got hurt.
Zombies managed to attack me, yes.
Yeah. I love that because I don't know why that happens in this. Loser. Who's next? Where's the zombie? Oh, there's one behind you. Come here, sir. I need you. Sorry.
You actually gotta stab them.
Yeah, I'm like, come on over here, buddy. Oh. Me? Oh, I just ran out of it, the range. Yeah, fuck you. I just have a magnum, okay? Oh, actually I should just shoot him with my magnum.
Hell yeah.
Actually, that was a great idea. Oh, we should just always use this. God damn. Can you die, sir? Are you dead?
Helena, the lightning rod!
He's taking it already. He put it in his noggin. It's a hat. Look at him. He's like, what's wrong? What's happening?
It's me. It's what I am to Kai right now.
Oh. Ow. Oh my god.
Just like a little hat, whereas that is a little stab.
Just a little hat. He just did a little lobotomy on himself.
Gotcha, you bastard.
Helena, don't say that because I never died. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Hee hee hee.
Oh, my favorite part.
Wahoo.
This is not a Resident Evil boss without using
a fucking rocket launcher. Why did Leon do that? He like stopped for a moment to take a breath. Bong.
Oh, shit.
Little guy's like, please, that hat wasn't very nice. I thought it was a gift.
I just wanted my cheek.
I just wanted. Oh my god, we both blasted him. I heard the kaboom, kaboom. Look how cinematic. How cinematic a death could be. As he transforms back in. I will say, like, the body has a lot of blood. I hate his half transformation, but that is a ungodly amount of blood to fill that entire thing.
I don't think my guy should have that much blood.
Humans don't even have that much blood.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we have... I mean, like, when you hit your head, you profusely bleed, because, like, that's how it be, but, like, that's a little bit dramatic. Umbrella. Oh my god.
Umbrella.
Both of us. Oh my god. RPG is considered stronger than a literal direct hit with a lightning bolt to a weak point. Yep.
Come on.
Resident Evil knowledge.
Let's get to the chopper.
Resident Evil.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the fucking chopper.
Yeah, there's only like...
All right.
Let's okay, I don't know why we have to actually go walk to the chopper.
Because it's important. We gotta get our steps in, apparently. Our manual steps. Oh my god. She left me a gift. Ehehehe.
Is that
You gotta have that aura.
Helena's, who else would that be?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
She literally stated that that was her helicopter.
I left you a gift up on the roof.
He fucking gave Helena the fucking makeup, like, here you go.
Yeah, here's the makeup.
Leon, this is...
Evidence that proves Simmons' guilt.
This fucking exhibit! I mean, he's dead anyways. I don't think anybody would blame Leon. I might blame you, Helena.
Innocence? What are you, a communist, Leon?
Leon!
Leon, we found a way
He hit the hang up button, by the way. Did you see that?
He said, I don't want to talk to you right now.
See you soon. Let's go.
Truth be told, the building is exploding, so He's right. Don't look back, Leon. You dumb shit. She is out of there. She always lives, even when you dropped her into a pit.
He will never die.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. As much as I love her, there are instances where I'm like, she should be dead.
Do you see who's driving the helicopter? Fucking not Leon.
It also looks like in that scene, I know it's not, it's just the way her hand is, but it looks like her hand was on his leg. Like, don't worry, sweetie. Leon's just a girly.
Hand on the wheel and my other hand on her thigh.
Yeah, that was Elena. No way to defeat the virus. Us two, we just killed everybody. Exactly. Hi, Anton. Welcome in. He's in the pit. We're in the pit. We all fell in the pit. Dude, she should have been dead in that first game in Resident Evil 2 because she fell into the abyss. I don't know what's at the bottom of that abyss. She does always have.
Should have been dead.
Isn't the president's face?
In the first game? Like...
Yeah. They all should have been dead.
Oh god, I made that and I really hope people understood that reference.
17 again.
It's in the hole.
Oh.
Where's James? He's at work. Oh, where does he work? In the hole. Did you try closing it up? I used the rug. What happened to it? Fell in the hole.
Oh, we changed the pictures. So.
The hunt again.
Oh my god, we finished that a lot faster than I thought it was gonna be.
Oh. It's because we had dog kids, we weren't yapping as much.
So true. So true. And I don't have Helena just running off doing stuff. Oh, is it still hurting? Now what do we do? Well, we're gonna play Chris and Pierce. Because this only took us 2 streams to do.
I think, technically speaking, all you really need is Chris and Pierce. Chris and Pierce and Leon's.
Yeah, but
yeah.
we have to do Leon.
Yeah, Leon's doesn't matter if it's important or not. We need our Leon. But it is important. You get like...
You do.
I feel
the best
like...
part about Jake's is the end boss battle, the boxing match. And,
that's true.
You get small little details about like Sherry and Jake.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ada is just Ada spying on everybody.
Well, I was about to say with Ada, you could literally just say the quote-unquote big spoiler of Ada's.
Yeah. Because, like, even in Chris and Pierce's, we see the other Ada. But, like, her story is so unimportant compared to the rest.
Damn.
It just kind of...
so damn annoying.
It really is. I hate the beginning of her story.
Oh my god.
That part is annoying. I hate when it changes the little pictures.
Like, I do make fun of the beginning of Ada's campaign because at the beginning, where she's in the dive suit, she opens up the dive suit and she comes out as naked as a jaybird. Did she need to be naked in the dive suit?
Yeah.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't, but she just yes, she did. It's so
Courtney
funny.
Taylor.
It's so funny. Not the fucking Courtney Taylor.
That's who played Ada Wong, by the way.
I love Ada Wong. But Saw. Okay, can you skip? Because I don't know how much longer this is.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I could have skipped this a while ago.
Nah, it's fine. We were yapping. And plus, I think... Because if it takes...
Sarah, do you know we can't hear you?
What?
Yeah, you are very
Sarah,
quiet.
do you know you're muted?
In Discord.
No, you're just muted.
In Discord? Hello.
Hello.
It's because I was pressing buttons
it was in
and
Discord, yes.
I was just like, what do you mean
online.
this stream?
It's time for me to take responsibility.
It's the best line in the entire game.
No.
Thank you. I'm ready.
She only has like 2 fits.
What? But I assisted in the attack.
The investigating commission have reviewed the evidence and feel it unjust to hold you liable for Simmons' crime. They will also not be disclosing their findings to the public.
But
The president would have done the same.
All right. Shall we go join the team?
Leon. For the next time you see her.
Women.
I hate Leon. I hate him so much.
Women.
Women.
I'm not gonna lie, when she threw the thing at Leon, I thought it was a bird. I thought he just caught a bird midair for a second.
It's a whole fucking bird. That'd been so funny. Also, like, yeah, she probably would have had to pay some
To be fair, it's
consequences.
Leon, he could have done.
He would have, yeah. He would have been fine. But, like, yeah, she may have had to pay some dues for assisting in the murder of the president, but, like, she was literally blackmailed. Her sister was taken, experimented on, and there's clear evidence that I'm like, Helena, it's okay. If Leon is a 9, does that mean Ada will be there too? Because Ada's in... Possibly. I mean, she's not in every because she was supposed to be in Village. There is official art that was, like... What the fucking... there was concept art for her character and everything in her outfit for Village, and then they chose not to put her in that. So she would have been in that without Leon. No. That one's with Chris, because he's the only one who has contact with Ethan.
Ethan.
Oh yeah, it's this stupid cutscene.
There's another cutscene?
Yeah.
Oh, is this the one with...
It only shows like...
Richie McGee?
I don't think it shows too much, because there's like 2 versions of it.
Is there? I only remember the scene with, yeah, with him.
I believe we had a deal.
That's a big fucking apple, though. I won't lie.
Oh my god. It is a big fucking apple.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Let's talk about some GMOs.
Yeah.
I like how this cutscene is played after Leon's campaign, where you don't fight these things.
Yeah, I hate those enemies.
You and me both.
That is fair.
Oh, I do not like those enemies.
No, they're the fucking worst.
Mean.
So glad all those enemies waited until he pulled
I
off
just
his
can't get
robes.
over the fact that that's a really large apple.
It is an extremely large apple.
Large apple.
Okay, so we do Chris and Pierce. I will cry, but we must do that. To explain Ada's story, because it's super simple. Do you remember the birthday video?
Yeah.
God, I saw your little bear move on the side and talk, but then nothing came out of your mouth for a second. I was like, huh? That was so funny. Okay.
Yeah,
so...
I know. It's because, one, I had a needle in my mouth, and two, my internet was crashing because I had my art program opened up.
I thought you were gonna say because I also had a needle in my mouth. And I'm like, damn. Internet's like, get that out! Anyways, okay, so that birthday video.
Yeah.
That birthday video is of a lady who worked with Simmons. So that is not Ada. But Simmons was basically obsessed with Ada, and Ada denied him. That's the moral of that story. Simple, plain as that. She was really mad about that, and then so essentially she became Ada and went through that whole experiment and whatnot, and then was Ada. And then worked for Simmons.
And she started deciding, she decided that she was going to cause the world to go into a zombie apocalypse so that she could rule over it.
Yeah,
Western style.
She's a bitch. She's a bitch with a ego and
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a complex. Because she did not need to become Ada, but she was so upset that Simmons liked Ada and was obsessed with Ada and all that. But so that's Ada's story. The rest of it is just her getting info on everything and then helping out different characters. There is a scene, and I find it so funny, that you're crawling in a vent, but down below is Chris and Pierce, and if you fall through the vent, you just get tackled by Chris.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, because I have fallen a couple of times. It's so funny.
Oh my god.
Without?
That's beautiful.
Is that a new game without the weapons you've obtained? No. I hate trick questions. I can't read. Okay, I will be playing Chris. Let me set it all up. I'm gonna leave it here because if I invite you, it's gonna start it immediately. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quickly again and let Mochi does one out. So I'll be right back. I will go piss girl. I might grab a little snack. Let me get this. Okay, you two are here. Hi, Mochi. Okay, Nessie's there. I'll be right back. And Jake never appeared again. There's so many characters.
Okay, I have returned.
Yippee! Hell yeah.
Had to get more water.
Good, good.
So, how's everybody doing in chat tonight?
Is everybody doing all good?
Good morning, Vietnam. I miss him.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss him a lot.
I don't think I can call Robin Williams my wife.
You can if you're not a coward. Sorry, that was mean.
No. It's fine. I am, in fact, a coward. Oh, shit. While Sarah's gone, we could look at. I could. Where's this one? That's Leon. Who the hell is Adam? The
Who
president.
the hell is Adam?
The president.
Oh, he had a name?
Yeah, Adam Bedford.
Oh. I thought he was just called the president.
Nope. President Adam Bedford.
Damn. It shows what I know. I thought his legal government name was was the president.
Y'all want me to read the entry on the weird gas titty ladies?
Oh, you know I do.
God, I'm gonna butcher this name. The Lepetitsa is a victim of the C virus, although one that is extremely mutated. The word Lepetitsa, ironically, is derived from the Serbian word for woman of beauty. The creature's body is covered in large pores that excrete a deadly gas. Anyone who inhales its fumes will die and be reanimated as a zombie. One creature has the potential to infect an area within a 3-mile radius. Unlike a traditional zombie infection, which is spread by a zombie's bite or contact with contaminated blood, this creature turns the virus into an airborne agent, thus creating a containment that is harder to avoid. The bioterror attack that Agent Kennedy encountered in Tall Oaks was triggered by this creature.
I just can't get over the fact that it has titty in the name.
I promise you, I mispronounced that. I do not speak
I know.
Serbian.
I know, but still.
That's Deborah.
It's
The
you
catacombs. Catacombs.
Hello.
Kitty.
You wanna talk to them? Come here. There's a meow. You can't have salami, but you can look at it.
And Cat's gonna have a little slummy.
Not allowed. It's gone.
Oh,
really dumb
God. Yeah, by
Oh.
the way, the regenerator,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what this thing is called. Its name, I'm gonna actually look this up. Rask. Is that
I'm
what
gonna
this thing is?
send
Yeah.
you the invite, but you just join whatever.
Okay. The regenerator thing.
Yeah.
It's not called a regenerator. It's called the Rasklapanji.
I forgot they have
Yeah,
weird names.
Yeah. They're Serbian names. It means demolition. Why does it mean demolition? Because I guess you gotta completely demolition its body.
Demolish these nuts.
Yeah. Demolish.
I'm sorry.
These nuts.
You may need to invite me again because it failed to join.
So rude of the game. Okay, there's only 5 chapters in this too.
Fucked up and evil.
It is fucked up and evil.
Fucked up and evil.
Mm-hmm.
We can at least get 1 chapter done for sure.
I don't know, the way we ripped through fucking the last 3 chapters of Leon's, we might be able to rip through a couple of these.
I believe in us. Oh, this is the
That
start.
is some thick liquor.
Yeah, it really is. This is the start of Chris's trauma.
Another round.
She's dressed like Helena. Who uses a butter knife to cut a steak?
Pierce wood.
Hard to find a good steak around here. Not like back home.
I don't know how Chris wouldn't recognize it.
He's too drunk. You also didn't finish your drink, Chris. Why are you
Fill
asking
her
for
up.
more?
You've had enough.
You didn't even finish it too. Like, finish it at least.
Sweetheart. You're here to pour drinks and look pretty. So how about you shut your mouth?
How about you get the hell out of my bar?
Are they in Russia?
Nowhere to go.
I think.
Ej, dama vas je zamolila da odete.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm like, because they're in the foreign, and I'm pretty sure it was like.
Never thought I'd find Chris Redfield wasting away in a shithole like this.
Leave him alone, okay? He's sad.
Who the hell are you?
Look at him like, what?
Pierce.
ky3len, no.
I hardly
Pierce
know
Nivens?
her.
Never heard of you.
Big Liquor was my nickname in
How
college.
about this? You heard of this? What is that? You really don't remember anything, do you? Bioterrorism.
I gotta start writing these down, I swear. I have too many of a development nickname in.
You can't hide from your past, Chris. No matter where you go or what you do.
I don't get how he.
Who are you? What is this? Okay.
He is just so drunk because literally has worked with Pierce.
Look. I said look! Those were your men! Men who died.
I don't care about that man. I don't care about that man. Where's my boy?
If you walk
Where's
away
my boy
now,
Finn?
then this was all for nothing!
Finn? There he is! Okay, he was there for a split second. Yeah, it's you. In the game.
It's me!
6 months of searching
clearly.
for you. And this is what I find.
You just pan to a bear in the game.
I'll just install a mod. Just for Finn.
Can you install a mod where Chris is a bear?
Yes, I
He's not
That's
bad
what you
enough or
need.
hairy enough to be classified as a bear in the gay community.
No. But he's I feel like he's
Everyone.
I don't know. Come here.
Chris is completely hairless from the neck down, 100%.
Okay, why is it Oh yeah, I forgot this was
He
a
lost the hair in the wall.
You can't have that.
taking
You
it
can't have that. Stop it.
One way or another.
This was a AA meeting. Forgot it was a AA meeting for Chris Redfield. Don't play right there. All the cops are there. Oh shit. Okay.
I can't keep running away. I have to face the truth. Accept responsibility. That's the only
There's
way I'll
a
ever
scene
remember.
in this one
The
where
only
there's
way I'll get my
an
life
enemy
back.
attack helicopter attacking
HQ
Chris
to Alpha Team. No
and
change to your mission. Suppress the bioterror
Pierce,
outbreak while
and
proceeding to
Pierce
point Ace of
has an
Spades.
anti-material rifle. I bitched about it in the Discord. I said, hey, Pierce, you see that helicopter? It's made of material. Use your anti-material rifle on it.
Shoot the goddamn thing. Okay, so preface. I have a candy cane in my mouth. For you, Kai. This is now current time. We're in China. We are current time with Leon. And then when we get war flashbacks to his trauma, I was like, why the fuck is Pierce moving? I forgot it's you. Scared me. Yaddy Hattie Gothic. He got a mind of his own. But yeah, his flashbacks are going to be stuff that, since we're not going to play Jake and Sherry, is at the time of Jake and Sherry's first interactions, and we're working with them.
Okay.
And then it will jump forward. So like everything that happened to Leon is because of what was happening earlier on because of Christian Pierce and Sherry and Jake.
Moving in to engage.
Okay.
So like this virus didn't just come out of nowhere. It's been cooking for a little bit. They've been sorry. Damn. Sorry. But yeah, it's been cooking for a little bit. We should have. Oh my god, I forgot their HUD is different.
Yeah.
I like it so much better. I like the green, like the side green. Okay, what Kev said? Got it? I had the epiphany, end of 9. It revealed Wesker is alive. Has been low-key pulling strings for every bad thing. After he gets away, Grace turns to Leon. I don't know if he will be able to take him down alone. Leon, don't worry. I've got some friends. Boom, Resident Evil 10 reunion for all the big. That would be interesting.
Too many layers.
That is way too many layers. Also, I'm sorry, Wesker burned in a volcano.
He better be
rocket launched with in the volcano.
If he did not die after that, I'm going to ring up Mr. Resident Evil himself.
Yep.
And say, why the fuck is he not dead?
Why the fuck is he alive? I'm sorry. So Kai, that man, the way that man said, so the BSAA, that's a...
Oh, wait. Let's see if it'll show up on the video of what just happened with my character.
What do you do? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Oh, it's so delayed on my iPad.
Nope. I tried to shoot the reporter in the face.
I see. Oh, that man just died.
Come in, HQ.
Literally, he scared me and I pulled the trigger.
You said, oh, man. Very. Oh. Well.
Bastards.
I mean, those guys are probably still alive. We should probably help them.
Switch course from Route 4 to Route 9er. Head to the destination through the building in the 6 o'clock.
Oh, wrong side.
Hey, Gothic, how are you doing?
But it's Wesker. It is Wesker, but we did kind of burn him alive.
HQ to all teams.
Yeah, but he's in a volcano. If he lived that...
After they rendezvous with Delta, we will proceed with the operation as planned.
Yeah, herbs. My chiclets.
Well, not only did he burn alive in a volcano, he was also actively shot with a rocket with 2 rocket launchers.
Yeah, and usually that's endgame for a character. If it's a normal bullet, I would say, yeah, that's fine. Rocket launcher knowledge?
2 rocket launchers.
Oh! Yeah, true, 2. Mochi, you're kind of stinky.
HQ to Charlie. Assist Bravo with the 4 of Hearts.
Whee!
If they're killing unarmed civilians, they're gonna really love us.
They're gonna really love us. Bro, don't say that.
Hey. I just realized Pierce doesn't have a pistol.
Oh. Oh. Damn.
It's healing itself.
Oh yeah, these are they're not huevos, like eggs, but they're huevos. Because I remember making that joke. Hydrate.
Copy that. Proceed with extreme caution.
Huevos.
Huevos rancheros.
Exactly.
Picturing them as eggs now.
Ah! The Eggmen are here. Oh my god, it's Eggmen. Oh. Oh shit, what up? I need to hydrate.
It's fine. I'm not hydrating.
You better hydrate.
I actively refuse.
You better.
Put an end to all this violence.
I can throw a granada in this game and get you downed.
Now, what are you gonna do about it?
Throw a grenade at you.
I will go over to America and I will bite you.
Bring it.
And I will bite you. Biggest threat
Still trying to
ever.
wrap my head around what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
Why is my ear itchy? I want to play Outlast Biles. It's an addiction. I need a reagent again. So I can bully them.
Drink a little water.
Yay! Yay! Yippee! Yippee!
Rusty. It looks like all that training.
See, exactly. Even
Camera
Ky3len.
chatter.
Is there a box over here?
Ready?
Does this just go in a full circle? Wow.
I'm missing something. Hold on.
We need to go on the playground. Kai, don't worry about that statement, okay?
Uh-huh. Well, now I'm worrying about the statement. You said don't worry about it. So now I'm worrying about it. I wasn't worried before.
I'm sorry. There's something I gotta change about my controls.
No, watch. I want Kai, look at my screen and look at what Pierce has out.
I can't. It's too dark to see.
Oh no. You have like a fucking flash grenade out. That doesn't... I guess that is our phone. What the fuck type of phone is that? Like, that's not a phone.
What phone is that?
It's the same thing that I took out.
Oh, there we go.
Look at what I'm holding.
Um.
Turn your chop around. That's the phone.
It looks like a bad lightsaber.
Yeah. I'm like, that's not a phone. I guess it's a fucking phone. The weird translucent phone. The huevos. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh. You die?
Can you not die?
And what if I don't, Shaylin? What are you gonna do about it?
Why can't I pick up this ammo?
Me and ky3len are gonna team up and go over there.
Oh my god, why do I have so many grenades?
I've been finding a lot. I've got 4 of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was going the right way.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's a guy wheezing around here.
Probably is hiding.
I think I killed him though.
That man right there. Opening your.
Sorry, I had to itch my face.
Open the door.
Opening your.
The DORE. The door.
Fuck you. And your chicken strips. My foot was sliding forward and I was just letting it go. Or that's what I need to go buy. I need to buy that, and I need to buy that for that person, and then I need to go buy that. Oh, clear.
Oh, if it's gonna be you and Kai teaming up on me, then ky3len, then I got like 3 to 4 business days before anything happens, so I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just watched Mochi stretch her toes, and she like completely like flexed her little toes, and that was really cute. Oh, okay.
That sounds adorable.
She did a little toe stretch. Oh, you good there, dude?
He's such a big stretch.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get decked by the Bruce Redfield. I should just start punching. Yeah, kill him.
We got no choice. We have to fall back.
Kill him.
Yeah, John Lennon.
The melee doesn't feel good until you're Jake, and that's only when you choose to do these hands are rated E for everyone.
It does feel good for Chris Redfield, but that's Chris Redfield, so.
Is he dead? Boulder punching son of a bitch.
Yep. Boulder punching sons of bitch.
Hello.
Roughest Bond. I love it. I love it very much. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay, maybe I should rethink how I was about to say that sentence.
Okay, why you gotta do this shit?
Oh, we have double birthdays today. Fuck yeah. Somebody else's birthday was today too. I think it was Haunted's brother?
I believe it's Haunted's brother as well.
Yeah. I was like, relative of Haunted, for sure.
One of my good friends' birthdays is tomorrow.
Ooh.
I hate this scene. I hate this scene so much.
He's staring at us. Oh, it's the fucking Chargers. Ibuprofen it.
Pierce had the opportunity to either shoot this man in the arm or in the head, and he chose to shoot him in the arm.
Yeah, he's a little dumb. Oh, that man's dead now. Pierce, wait, that's me.
And because Pierce shot him in the arm, that man is dead.
Yeah. Also, Chris Redfield could have shot. I think he's going through trauma. He is going through trauma now.
Because I think he's going through trauma always.
You're right. The last team he really went. Oh. I need to move. Fuck you. Oh, I punched him in the dick.
Damn.
Kicked him in the dick.
I punched someone in the dick.
Oh, there's a man behind me. Come here. Oh, sorry, I tripped over him. Oh. Where's that man? Oh, I jumped down. Come here, sir. I want to like. Am I hurt? Oh no, my stamina was just out.
Stay here and tend to the wounded.
I forgot they get really dramatic about their stamina. Oh, sorry, I tripped.
Sometimes you just gotta be the drama.
He is. Mr. Redfield is allowed to be the drama. He still hasn't found somebody to continue the Redfield bloodline. pick those up?
That sounds really ominous.
It does. But it's true.
Yippee! Yippee!
Thank God. Oh, nope. I walked a little too far. Can't believe you've done this.
Enemy sighted! Find cover! I don't want anyone charging in.
I don't want anybody charging in. I ran face first into them.
We just received reports that hostiles are gathering around Osawan. Proceed with caution.
I can see you, my dude. Oh my God. Oh, sir, I was trying to aim for that man. Let's see. Boxes. Boxes. I guess I should just... Do I really not have enough space for any of this stuff?
No.
Really? That's what the game's saying. Nuh-uh. Oh, that's what ammo it is. It's sniper ammo. I don't really have a lot of pocket space. Let's do this. Let's do that. Oh, that's points. Okay. Oh, that's shotgun. I can't take that. Yeah, okay. Oh! Is it a fucking U-turn? Skadoosh. Damn, I've gotten that one too. I don't know if I needed to get any emblems for this one. I probably do. Well, damn.
I mean, probably.
Oh, my eyes.
We've lost contact with the recon unit. Proceed with extreme caution.
Oh my God! Mr. Redfield just picked up that man. Yeah, toss him! Holy shit. Can you die?
No.
Mr. Redfield just picked him up. And then threw him. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He's allowed to throw people sometimes.
You're right. You're right.
Casualties. HQ copy. Sending medics your way.
Can I open this door? There we go. It's really struggling there. Oh, I guess he was already dead. Anything in there? No. Anything over here? A Nyor. What does he sound like?
No.
It's just bears. What else can I give Doc for his birthday, you guys? Damn. Ooh.
Shaylin, I have ideas.
Ideas. Who are you? Oh, well, bye. Nope. Well, he's dead.
Oh my God, I'm talking to myself again.
Oh no. I should have said something because I'm like, okay, he's been quiet for some time.
Proceed with extraction.
I'm sitting here, I'm like, how about you don't, Shaylin? And I'm like, okay.
Your threats will never going to be heard. Yeah. Yippee!
Also, ignore the fact that you mentioned this like 3-4 hours ago, but you mentioned the game Crab Champions, and that game is really, really fun.
Yes.
Yeah, me and Quiet both have it, and it's really fun and it's really silly.
I guess that's why you didn't answer my question, Kai. which is, do you want my home address or the house that I'm staying at?
Oh.
Wherever you will be able to receive a Christmas card. Wherever you will be able to physically have it with you at Christmas.
They need you down there.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna dox myself right now. It's 10:22.
Live here on Twitch. Oh. Make him some cookies.
That would be so
oh my god, that'd be so cute. You dead, sir? Oh, you're not dead. You're not dead. Damn! That's one hell of a punch. Get down here. Oh! Huge down. Oh, I missed that. I aimed way too high. Give me up! Trinkets? Trinkets? No trinkets.
Anything up there?
No.
I could use some ammo.
I know, I have so many goddamn things in my pockets. I think because I have a lot of grenade launcher stuff.
Captain.
Oh, sorry,
Hey,
that was the wrong button. That'd be good. Oh, my boy! My boy! Oh!
Captain!
Captain! I forgot that's all that Pierce
The
says.
muscle memory saved me there.
The muscle memory?
Hey, Pierce, I'm taking a little fire here.
Chris, you've been doing this your entire life.
Oh, there he is.
Making my way downtown. Climbing fast. Days is past. And I'm homebound. Oh, come on, Mr. Redfield. A little bit faster. Kick him. Kick him.
You're gonna need a hand here. Make your way back to me ASAP.
We'll radio
Kick him.
You two proceed to the Ace of Spades.
Roger.
Ky3len, are you trying to get me to fall in love with you? Because food is the fastest way to do it.
She owns my heart already. Ow! Who else was shooting me? Who did it? Yeah, I don't know who shot me, but I felt it. I love Ky3len's cooking.
Where the hell do they keep coming from?
I love it.
Pierce, can I get some cover?
I still
Oh my god, I'm
want to
scared.
make something for Sarah before Christmas.
Oh, why? Can I open that? No, I can't. Okay. Ow!
Oh my god.
Excuse me, sir. That was very rude of you. Thank you for your points.
What do you mean?
Very fucked up and evil of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yippee!
Ooh, 2 for
2 for 1?
HQ to Bravo. Alpha needs to move out to Ace of Spades. Can you relieve them?
Roger. Coming in from the 4 of Hearts. En route to assist.
Oh, there's men in the sky.
Yeah, man.
You don't have to call it out, Shayla.
Okay, so there's my points.
Ky3len, I want to try your cooking so bad. It looks so good.
I'm making my way across spaces past. People die. And I'm here now! Yippee! Oh, why am I going? Boxes, that's why I'm up here.
Hey. Hey.
I just like the hey.
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 HQ to Alpha Team.
I love Chris
Ace of
Redfield.
Spades.
Oh, wow, thank you. We're almost to the Ace of Spades.
I like Pierce. I wonder why we don't see him anymore now in the future games.
PG. Bravo to HQ. We're taking some major heat over here.
We do.
Oh, sorry.
Get him in the manga.
Your cooking and your baking looks really, really good, and I wish I could try it. Sorry.
Man, broke a whole box. I just parried someone too, and that was really freaking cool.
I'm sorry, I was over here taking enemies out.
Fuck yeah.
More hand grenades.
There's a lot of flash grenades that I'm seeing now.
You're getting a lot of. I haven't got a single flash grenade.
Hey, they're not going in my pocket, unfortunately. I don't have space for it. Okay, let's see what he says.
I'm coming.
I want to hear him yell.
Over here. Piers.
I guess he won't yell.
Over here.
There we go.
There he is.
He doesn't even sound mad. He's just kind of like, okay, I'll raise my voice.
Chris to HQ. We're at the Ace of Spades.
Copy that.
Oh, yippee, more
Bravo
points.
team has been dispatched to assist with search and rescue. Stand by for instructions.
Good. I needed a break.
Why would you say such a thing, Pierce?
Yeah, why? That's like saying, "Oh God, it's quiet out tonight."
Yeah, like why would you say that?
Right on top of us.
I can't shoot out the light.
Drop down, I dare you to. Oh, you're dead. Oh, you're not dead. Okay, so he's dead now.
Alpha team surrounded by hostiles. Get to the Ace of Spades on the double.
Beautiful.
Okay. Oh God.
Beautiful. Okay, yeah, he's dead. There's one in the sky still? I don't know.
We're moving as fast as we can. Keep your panties on, everyone.
Oh, I got a flash grenade finally.
Roger that. We'll do what we can until you get here.
What do I have too much ammo of? I know exactly what I have too much ammo of.
Ow! 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 Fuck you, dude.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, in particular.
He was annoying.
Don't you dare come up here.
Oh, dead.
I'm literally shooting that man's little hands.
There's over here spawn camping these guys.
Yeah, I am. They're not even spawning. It's just the same man trying to climb up.
Where the hell's that backup?
Oh, I didn't reload.
Man is not having a good time.
Yippee. Oh my god, I have no space.
Happy to see us?
No.
Bravo team, weapons high. Don't leave any Duamo standing.
Finally.
Oh, okay. They pronounced it 3 different ways now.
Yeah.
What is this?
Because he just pronounced it Jabo. And I don't know if he's pronouncing it because he's supposed to be like the ignorant American.
All VOWs have been eliminated.
All the bows.
Alpha team, help Bravo team get the civvies out of there.
What the freaking? Oh, I almost shot all these men.
Get out! Stop pushing me down the stairs, dudes.
Over here.
Where's ammo?
Over here.
Oh my god, I was pressing that so many times. It wasn't going off. I'm like, hello?
No. Someone Snapchatted me.
HQ to Alpha, we have your mission brief. Rescue the hostages on the 1st and 7th floors, then get out of the building. As soon as all teams are clear, we will commence bombing.
Okay, PV's here. Hello. Oh, whoa.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Viz. not dead, sir. Come on, down here. Yes, ammo. Oh no, ammo. Ew, he turned into one of those things. Okay, he died. I hate those things. I hate those spiders. Oh, spider guys. I forget, but I feel like there is a blue emblem here.
There is in one of those small rooms.
That's what I fucking thought. Where the fuck is it? Ooh.
I don't know if it's on this floor though, or if it's on the next floor.
Might be the next, because there's a lot of closed rooms here. From your eye roll, know that you're this badass player? Oh, why yes. Why yes I do. They know I'm really bad at games. Matter of fact, hi Goomba!
Oh, go hi Goomba!
Hi!
Bonjour Goomba.
The storage unit places. That's fair. Okay. There's the door.
Yeah, never know what might come out of a storage unit. Including
anything down
300 zombies.
What's over here? Boxes!
Oh, I'm in the...
Oh, that's where
down
we...
the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to see what down in here. The stairs kept on going, so I was like, I'm gonna look. I think we have to be here later. Oh, here's the blue emblem. I have never gotten that one.
You submitted the project? Hell yeah!
Fuck yeah! Oh, I can't pick up the ammo. Yeah, okay, let's go back up then.
Bite it.
Oh, hold on.
Bite it.
You good?
No, no, I'm looting.
Hell yeah. It's okay, I can try to fix my pockets.
Yeah.
Come through here, there's just like a crap ton of things.
Guess I'm gonna sit.
Points. I found points.
Eat the points.
Alright, Mochi, you're descending. Don't worry about it. My back was hurting.
Me
Okay.
too, buddy. Me too.
I'm on my way.
Yippee!
That's the wrong way.
Just... What the fuck was that man doing? He was just standing there. Oh, thank you. He opened the boxes for me with his body. How nice of him.
Hey.
They were just standing by all of the men.
They were just standing there.
They're like, they're not a problem. Mochi, what are you doing? That's my iPod. It's not that scary. Come here. I did that on accident. I perfectly parried him. Do it again. Fucking come here.
Ky3len, what is it?
Great thing to get Doc. Ooh.
What is another good thing
Nothing.
to get?
The great thing to get Doc is nothing.
HQ to Alpha. The hostages are just up ahead of you. Eliminate the hostiles in there and get those people out of there.
I don't need grenades. Nothing else? Nothing else.
Captain.
He's like whispering
Alpha
it.
here. Roger that.
He does whisper it.
They just go on a ride. Ow, that was rude.
That was incredibly rude. God damn it.
Free loot. Fuck you.
Ow.
Is she dead? She's in the wall.
Alpha to HQ. 7th floor hostage secured.
She definitely should be dead. I think I punched through her.
Where's the other hostage?
Right here's. There's a whole bunch of guys killing first. There's another guy here. What? Ah! Oh my god, I'm beating the shit out of these guys.
I'm leaving the building now.
Oh, okay, okay.
What happened?
Understandable.
Why do y'all do this to me?
Can I call you later? Oh, okay. Oh my god. I'll probably be watching the Game Awards, but yeah. Oh, he's up. How did I get?
Watching the Game Awards.
How did I get?
Rising quiet.
Fair.
He's threatening to buy me things.
Understandable. Is he up a floor? What?
No.
Oh yeah, he's fully up.
It's Christmas.
Fuck yeah.
Just 2 weeks away. He could be buying me things now.
He.
There's one more on the first floor.
You're gonna love me.
He.
Here, stop.
I'll buy you things.
He.
Ow.
Oh. Anyway, so I'm in the elevator.
Piers.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
I don't mind.
I didn't expect to be in the elevator.
Hurry up.
I'm just gonna yell as Chris so I can hear his voice.
Over here. Over here.
And Captain, stop yelling.
He only knows how to yell over here. Oh, hurry up. No, there we go. Mochi, okay, I'll just move my coffee. This coffee's okay, but I didn't put enough sugar. Oh, it's very bitter.
All hostages on the 15th floor secured. Leaving the building now.
Doc, we love you. We love and appreciate you
that just
so
leaves
much.
us.
Bye, Mochi. Mochi doesn't
You
apparently.
deserve nice things. You silly.
The nice things I deserve are you guys. I just want you guys as my
Stop.
nice things.
Now what?
I'm gonna fucking punch you.
No. I'm not allowed.
You
That's
sound like you were
illegal.
actually like parrying an attack from him. You just performed a dodge move. Oh. I'm just here. Oh,
Stay down there.
There we go.
Doc, you're so cool.
I'm literally
Of course it's
not.
We should be dead.
But you literally are, though.
What do we? Shut that up. What do we? You guys are cool. Oh. Boxes. Oh, it's a first aid spray. That's so good. Oh, where's the beat?
Oh, there's an enemy. I can't see him.
I was like, what the fuck are we opening? And it just had nice handles on the side.
Kind of getting the feeling we're not welcome here.
You know, first step of being friends with me is I'm gonna get really sappy really quickly, and I'm going to start getting emotional.
Did you shoot him?
No, I blew him up.
Okay, I just didn't see anything come from your side that I was like, did you do that?
Yeah, no, grenades are great.
I like didn't even see you throw it, so then they just exploded. I was like, what just happened? What magic just happened? I'm not allowed. This is where I killed Nikki one time.
Silly.
It was quite funny. I was running to help her, and unfortunately, I pressed shift to run, but shift also cycles through your other equipment, and so I had a grenade in my hand, so then when I tried to pick her up and click, yeah, I threw that grenade right into her lap.
God. Die.
Okay. Explodes.
Explodes. Where are they? Oh, I guess there's a... okay. Can I go? Oh, yeah, we can just go down. Okay, going down. Descending building.
There's like speed run. I'm like Luke Goblin.
No, that's me. I just can't fit anything in my pockets anymore. I'm so sad. There's so much ammo.
Grenades.
I got rid of all of my grenades. It's my grenade launcher. But that's a really good boss weapon.
start once they're clear.
Going in. Ready?
Oh, they're just like holding that guy. Why don't we just shoot him from here? Oh, that's a grenade launcher in my hand.
Nah, that's cool, dude. Just duck when I shoot you in the head.
I just pulled out my knife. Don't worry, ma'am. I got this. Oh.
First floor hostage secured.
She said other things because her mouth moved, but nothing came out of her mouth. Okay, we gotta get the fuck out of here, man.
She's supposed to be like a Chinese person because she spoke very clear English.
No, I think these are the Americans that we're getting out.
Okay.
Yeah.
She also spoke with like an American accent.
Yeah, the only questionable one was the fucking reporter because he was clearly Asian, at least of some sort. Maybe he's not Chinese, but either way, he had a clear, almost getting close to East Coast type of accent. I'm like, we're in China right now. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got you to the ladder though. Stop yelling at us.
The building are complete. Planes have been scrambled.
We don't want to be here when those birds show up.
Well, no shit, we don't. Well, guess where we are.
They started bombing. Guess they don't care that we're still in here. It's not personal. You know the mission takes time.
It's personal.
Should we stop getting cutscenes, please?
I know, I'm trying to run and I don't know where I'm running because we're getting cutscenes.
It's Resident Evil 6 and you're asking for no cutscenes?
I think we can get around it.
Exactly. Excuse me, pardon me.
It's Resident Evil 6000 cutscene.
Oh, no. I was sat in the thing. I'm like, wait, no. Okay, you gotta go left. No, right. I gotta go left. I was like, wait. Yes, the dramatics. In this episode of They Should Not Be Alive. Mochi, are you staring at a lizard again?
So, Jingle Jangles, they would be dead.
Oh yeah, they would. Even without that knowledge, it's like, from that first one, the first one when they jumped out, I feel like that, yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes it's not the actual explosion that kills, it's the overpressure. And there was a lot of overpressure there.
I don't know what type of headache flashback he got, but that was, I think something's in his head. More flashbacks.
Can he not?
It's you, Finn!
No one gives a fuck about your PTSD.
That wasn't too bad, 44 minutes. I think we'll call it on that one. But like, that's not too bad. I like that it's enemies, not enemies killed.
Enemies routed.
Yeah, we routed some enemies, just redirected them to make a left-hand turn instead. How do I backspace?
Alright.
Okay. We would call it there, which is a good progress. Is she?
Knight player has left the game. Knight, bright pink wings, big baby.
Yes. It's my favorite dog tag. What is it? Hold on, I'm gonna go look at it. Dog tags.
Wait,
what is it? Big baby. When you hit play game, then you can go under and it should have yeah. Dog tags, extra contact. Big baby. I don't know if I want the wings, but I think the wings are pretty good because that's a pink one. That one's an okay pink.
The one I decided to go with was Death Wish because it's required saving 100 times.
I love that.
I was so mad at the game, I needed so many times being saved.
That's so funny. Okay, Okay, so those are all the matches. Green around the ears. Normal is good. Check my check out my dogs. I think that means check out my dog tags, but it's just check out my dogs. Achiever.
Put them dogs away, my guy.
Give a little push. Lifesaver. Down, not out. Finish what you start. Silent killer. One is better than none. Rising up.
That's the
Action figures.
yeah. The one is better than none is the one I use.
That one's a good one. Flying Ace. Yeah, I don't even have the one that you have.
One is better than none.
No, the being helped.
Oh, that's in title.
That's a title. Oh wait,
I think it's 2 below Big Baby.
I just thought the Beat Baby is so funny. Crawl for 300 meters is what Big Baby is. Enjoying the scenery. Running my shoes off. Mad Dasher. Rock hard buns.
You know I got them rock hard.
Maybe I should switch it to that. Rock hard buns.
It's traverse 500. It's traverse 500 meters on your backside.
My ass is thick as hell. Expectation. Now I want to be there to be puppies in this game. I don't think there's dogs in this game, unfortunately, ky3len. And also, I don't think you would like it because at this point their heads split open in half and another tentacle comes out.
Technically, there are dogs in this game.
There are. Which ones are considered the dogs?
Only in Leon's campaign.
Oh, you're so right.
Good
So we are done with
Sarah.
it now.
You are on speaker. This is
Hi.
your weekly bug from Chad playing Destiny.
There are big
because of the
lizards in this
update
game.
Anyways, love you, moi.
Did you say Destiny? Do you mean Warframe? Anyways, I love you. We're ending stream anyways. But hello. Like a duck in water, swim for 100 meters. Joy Rider. Easy target. Rescue me. Receive help. 300 times.
I got rescue me too, so I need to get help another like 67 more times.
That's crazy. I only have 100 out of 300. I don't know why I have that. Hero. Rescue another. Well, maybe I don't have it, but I don't know.
Oh no, it's each one starts out like to unlock hero 1 star. You have to you have to rescue another 10 times.
That's what I thought.
30 times.
Damn.
Like I got Death Wish 3 times because I've required saving 50 times.
I have 77. Saved from dying 32 times. Last hurrah.
I need to switch it to Dead Ringer, which is be killed a certain amount of times.
Dead Ringer. That's crazy. I need 6 more to get it up. Going out in style. Being killed awesomely. Awesomely 50 times. What is being killed awesomely? Headshot. Relentless attacker. Potent. Damn. Physical attacks. Gunslinger. Combat master. Executor. Slip slider.
Pugilist.
That's a fucking name. Land of physical attack. By any means. Oh, I can complete that one because I only need a couple more to get it to 3.
Ooh, I need 4 more to unlock the destroy objects by sliding.
Hell yeah. Bear Commander Expert. That's for you. Bear. Warframe? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was Warframe. For you. Need a pick me up. I have reload 5,000 times. Zombie Dog Hunter. That one's kind of hard though, since there's only in one campaign.
Yeah, it's to get people to keep
playing over and over. Whoppers. Kill 50 Whoppers. Can't wait to get to the Whoppers. I think the Whoppers are the different types of the huevos. Because they're like the ostrich ones. And Deborah Hunter, kill her. Oh my god, kill 10 Deborahs. I've killed her 7 times. That's actually kind of crazy. Have I really played this game that many times?
I've killed her 2 times. I need to kill her 1 more to unlock it.
That's crazy. Good job. Keep going. Open season. There's a lot of these. Okay. I will exit out of the game now. Otherwise, I will continue to scroll through that. You want to exit? Yes, I do. I said exit. You still have a little... Oh, wait. No, I need to turn off the pink phone. Otherwise, I'll forget. Okay.
All right.
Oh, let me get the little background music. Okay. I will say goodbye to you two. Happy birthday, Doc.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, thank you.
And thank you for joining me and Kai today. And Kai, thank you. Thank you for joining. I love you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Okay. Goodbye, you two. Goodbye. What did B send me? Yes, I was at tickets because they are selling out already. And it due a Thursday. So I know for sure I don't have work, you know? We can do Regal or AMC. There is showings at both. Yeah, they are on sale already, girly. For anybody who loves Markiplier and whatnot, if you are interested in seeing Iron Lung, this is not a promotion for that, but if you want to see Iron Lung, the tickets are already on sale, so like, get that. So I was responding to B, and I'm also like, hey, actually, for anybody else here too, if you want to see Iron Lung, the tickets are already on sale, and it's going to be in theaters January 30th, but like, some of those are already fucking going. Earbud in and immediately heard my voice again. Oh my god, it wasn't timed right. I didn't expect them to sell out already. The Thursday showing at, I don't know what time, was already like half booked. The Odyssey is sold out. Yeah, it's bigger. You're gonna sell out. I'm excited for that. This is why I hate editing, and unfortunately I do really like editing now. I don't think I'm gonna have a second edit for this week. I don't know. I need to get back on editing, but there's not too many things that have been really funny to me. So I'm gonna at least stick with the 1 edit a week. But I have to hear my voice so much. And I don't hate it, but it's just kind of like the, oh, not this again. Let me mute these 2 things. How do y'all listen to me talk? Because you don't got a bad voice. I hate my voice. You would, a lot of people would disagree. But like, I hate hearing it. It's only at 10 RMC? Yeah. Did you check the others? Hold on. Let me end stream. Me just having a full yap with B. I'm gonna end stream. We're not gonna raid out today. That's perfectly fine. Next week. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Next week it's still normal streams. So we'll have Dying Light Monday. Wednesday, I believe we are going to do Community Farm. Even though I want to play more Outlast. I want to play more Outlast. Unless you guys want to play community games. But not a lot of people have Outlast. And I'd rather do Community Farm as the last hurrah of the Community Farm of the year. Unless, I'll probably do one later on too. I'll make some time. It might be wonky stream days, but I'll make some time for some more. If not, we open up the year with Community Farm. That's either my deals. So next week, Wednesday, is Community Farm Day. And then we will finish up Resident Evil 6. Tell Kai any other leftover information Kai needs. And then we move on to 7. And I'm hoping I need to pre-order it now. I'm going to spend so much money when Requiem comes out. How did I go that far? When does Requiem come out? I don't remember the exact day. We're aiming. So we have a goal here. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, I think we have plenty of time to beat Resident Evil by the time for Requiem, because it doesn't come out until the end of the... It comes out on a fucking Monday. That's so perfect. It comes out on 26th, so we were playing it day of, and it'll be very excited. Won't be able to join for the rest. That's okay. Thank you for joining. It helped a lot, and also it's just kind of fun having people join. I'm like, I like it. It's really fun. It was enjoyable, and it helps. We locked the fuck in. We locked in, and we finished the main goal, because I was scared I wasn't even going to be able to finish that. So we did it. Hee 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 hee. But I think... Wait, no, that was January. 26 is on a Thursday. Actually, fuck it up. Oh my god, y'all. February 2026 is a perfect, like, 4-line month. Like, 4 complete, like... Wow, that lines up so nice. Nothing's, like, odd. Like, the month starts on a Sunday, it ends on a Saturday. Wow. Anyways, that comes out actually on a Thursday. The 26th I was looking at was Monday of January, which still works. We're keeping our Resident Evil Thursdays, but I have plenty of weeks to get through 7 and Village, so we have time. We will get through this. But other than that, it really zips by when you have, when you have a real human. It really does. It really fucking does, and I enjoy that. But okay, that's about it. I love you all, and I will see you all on Monday. I think after next week, I might have a wonky schedule because it's going to go into the holiday weeks. I should... No, yeah, because then the next week, following week, is Christmas. Oh my god, I get my Christmas schedule tomorrow. Oh, I'm not excited about that. I put in to get one of the days off. Will I get it? I don't know. I just want one day off because I want the day off that I don't get holiday pay. Because that's kind of gross. Anyways, I love you all. I'm gonna say bye-bye from here. I know I'm severely delayed, so I'll give the stream a little bit to play through and everything. But I love you all. Please take care. Stay hydrated, stay well, and I will see you all on Monday. I really am tempted to stream tomorrow, but I think I'll just edit and do other things, and I need to get a Disney bound ready for Tuesday. I have jury duty on Monday. Oh, actually, quick note, I do have jury duty on Monday. We'll see what happens with that. So, just in case... Oopsie, sorry, hee. I can stream on Friday, so it don't matter. Anyways, I'm gonna say bye-bye. I love you all. Be safe. Happy birthday, dog. Happy birthday. I love you all, and goodbye. I need to fucking leave, otherwise I'll keep yapping. I love you all. Mwah. Goodbye.